sex. He didn't have a lot with him when he passed. We found out later a lot of his things were in storage, but one of the things that he had with him was a gray suit that I remember buying with him, years and years before. And that suit to me symbolized that, he had some kind of hope of making it back into the workforce, and coming back to, make something of his life. That, of all the things he had in his possession, a gray suit it really stood out from the rest of the things that were in the suitcases. So it really affected me to see that suit that we had purchased all those years ago. And I know for our son, he's processing this, very differently. He's very afraid now that he's going to lose, me, his other parent, and he's gotten very kind of clingy in a certain way. He's very focused on death, and that things are that he could lose me the way he lost his father. Yeah. So that's something that has worried him a great deal.
It's a very scary thing when a young person loses a parent. It's very ungrounding. It really, kids are so grounded in, I have these two parents, or this is what my reality looks like. And when that reality is shaken so violently that way, it really is, creates a situation of having to look around and feel like, okay, where do I feel secure? Where can I feel that safe feeling? So, grateful for all of us that, when my husband and I chose to move back to Florida from California, 21 years ago, that you and Stuart chose to come along. And then mom and dad came up from South Florida. So for the first time in our adult lives, we were all living in the same area. So it's really wonderful that, he has that wonderful support system just right here, that we're all in one place, which is really, it's wonderful for all of us. So,
yeah, I mean, that was part of the plan, was that he would have, all of the family around him to help him feel, loved and secure and all of that. I mean, even before Stuart passed, we kind of had a feeling that, because, he was an alcohol abuser, so, and he didn't take particularly good care of himself. So, something like that, for people who are familiar with alcoholism, that it ends in one of three ways: jails, institutions, or death. And, so our son he told me he was not surprised, shocked but not surprised, that he had been expecting it for quite some time, because he knew that his dad didn't take very good care of himself. So, there was one time where we couldn't find him. He had been trying to reach his father for, I don't know, maybe a month, and hadn't heard back. And so I hadn't known about this. And when he finally told me, we went looking for him, and we started to put calls out to friends, and we, went to the places where he usually hung out. And, for a little while, we were really scared that we were going to, find him, maybe in his apartment. We actually broke into his apartment and, just to see if he was there. And he was not. And finally, we found him in a bar. So,
well, that's the pattern, right? Were there things that surprised you as you navigated this whole situation? I mean, I know that I was surprised by my own feelings when Stuart passed. And, just for a little context for our listeners, my sister is one of my best friends. And I think, we both say that about each other, but that was not always the case. We grow up very contentious, really adversarial. We were not friends. We did not get on. We were often not even well in the same room. And Stuart was really the catalyst for that change. Stuart really was the bridge maker that, started to this path for the two of us to come to this wonderful relationship that we have now. And I always wanted a brother because growing up, my no offense, but my sister was crap. So I always wanted a big brother. And then, and so it was really so lovely to have a big brother. As weird as he was, it was really lovely to have a big brother for a long time. And one of my favorite stories about Stuart was, when we would first start to go over to people's houses, because Stuart was an only child of only children, and we come from a food family, and so we came over for dinner, and there was four of us, myself, my husband, and our two children, and we were going to have hot dogs for dinner, and so Stuart made sure that everybody had a hot dog. And I'm raising boys. So he's like, there's 6 of us. I made 6 hot dogs. And I thought, is that the appetizer? But he learned. No, he learned, because eventually we had these wonderful holiday meals where Stuart was an amazing cook and an incredible chef. And we just, ate like kings for the holidays. And so there were those things that really, I was surprised for myself, the level of sadness, because he had been gone from our lives really for such a long time. So that really surprised myself. And so I wonder if there were things that surprised you as you were navigating this whole situation of his passing, and having to, suddenly go to the funeral, and suddenly having to, get the pods of the, his belongings and things like that.
I think what surprised me was the amount of guilt that I felt, because, again, I had worked quite hard. We did have a long and contentious divorce, and I had worked quite hard to separate myself from him. And then once that was all over, we did end up coming to a point of amiability. But there had been a point where he had reached out to me by text and asked if I missed him. And the truth was I did not. And I saw that as a ploy to kind of like sneak back into my life. And so I never responded to that. And I didn't think anything about that until he died. And then I felt enormous guilt about that, because I knew that he was, when I learned the circumstances of his death, I knew that he was by himself. Yeah. And I decided that instead of trying to like smarm his way back into my life, he probably was very lonely, and he was just looking for somebody to connect with. And I ended up feeling very, very badly and very sad and very guilty about that. And just, I had terrible, terrible feelings of sadness around how he died, because it was not an easy death, and he was by himself. And it took quite some time for anyone to figure out that he had died, before a wellness check was done and before he was discovered. So he was alone. And that breaks my heart. That really breaks my heart.
Yeah.
So, and I'm going to live with that for a long time.
Okay. Is there any advice on that you would share with others who might be dealing with this similar kind of complicated grief of, I really love that person? And, in my work, I talk a lot about, we teach people about boundaries and about how we can love people over there, I love you. I don't want you in my life. And so we can have love for that person with still having this boundary. And so I wonder if, you have any advice or things that maybe helped, lessen the pain for you as you were navigating this situation that you could share that might help other people?
I don't know if it's advice, but because I was having a rough time, as I was, kind of going through this and still having to do the things that I have to do every day, people around me could see that I was feeling a little raw. And people who I am even normally, prickly or contentious with, because that's kind of built into my job description, gave me grace and were kind and were patient with me and gave me space to talk. And some even said they'd pray for me, which is not something that I normally, think much about, but I was grateful for the sentiment and found myself talking to people who I wouldn't normally discuss this kind of stuff with, but was really grateful for their support and felt better for their sentiments and their understanding and their hugs from people that I never expected this kind of support for. So I guess if I had any kind of advice, I would say be open to support from wherever it comes, because people will surprise you and, with what they will offer. And the kind of people who stepped up were not the ones who I thought would even care, and were very helpful.
I hear that a lot in my work, that people are often in grief surprised that the people they thought would be their rock solid right there are often not, and the people that they never would have expected were the ones that have come with support from unlikely places. And kindness matters, regardless of where it comes from. If we can be kind, it is a good step to help us move through anything. What about any kind of?
I'm sure that. I'm sure that my friends also were right there. I have a close friend who I've known since I was in first grade, and she was, right there for me. And other people, also called to make sure I was okay. But, in my job, I'm often in an adversarial position with people, and those people who, I'm usually standing toe to toe with showed compassion. And I was surprised by that.
That's very encouraging in our polarizing society right now, because you do work in politics and local news, that even in adversarial positions, we can still find a place of compassion, which gives me hope for humanity, gives me hope for our society as we go forward. What about advice to give for other parents who are parenting a child who has lost a parent? The things that maybe you saw that were helpful for your son, and that were, that may have been helpful for him as he was navigating this.
Sure, that's a little easier, because I just left myself open to whatever he needed, and I just let myself listen to when he needed to talk. So many times, parents feel that they need to, jump in and see if they can, help by, doing something, when really they just need to be able to say what's on their mind. And so I just stay quiet and I listen to what he needs to say. And a lot of what he really needed, which was a little surprising to me, but I was okay with it, was he needed not to sleep by himself. So he wanted to, crawl back into bed with me, and he didn't want to have to sleep by himself. So, I let him come back and, sleep with mom again.
Well, I love that. I love that. I know that was a big part of his formative memories as well. I share this picture from time to time with my Greek clients because we all live, our lives in this kind of a box, and we all have this pain button that is just part of existence. It's part of just living our life on this planet. And when things happen, we get this pain, this grief, this trauma that just explodes into our box, and that it feels like any breath that we take is going to hit this button and just trigger and set everything off. And over time, this part will get smaller, even though the button will always be there. That over time, this part does get smaller. So it's just a little different way of thinking about it and how we navigate the process. So, Noreen, I want to thank you so much for being here and being part of the conversation today. Thank you for sharing so openly your experience. I know that these things will help others. And people can find you at wintergardenvox.com. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. So anybody that's in Central Florida, if you're in Winter Garden, Ocoee, or Oakland, and you'd like to know more about what's going on in your local communities, be sure to check out Winter Garden Vox. Thank you, Noreen. I look forward to talking to you a little bit later. As for me, you can find me live on my Facebook page on Mondays at 4:30 Eastern for channeled information and collective card readings for the week, where I share channeled information and individual oracle card readings, and all those videos are also posted on my YouTube channel and, of course, on TikTok. We're all struggling with something, and isn't it nice that we don't have to do it alone? So whatever kind of grief you're carrying, whether you're grieving the loss of a person, a pet, a job, a relationship, just remember that your feelings are valid. Grief is normal, and it is definitely not linear. Some days are going to be fine, and some days are just going to suck. Well, if you'd like more information about the work that I do, please be sure to visit my website at sherrydworkinsmith.com. Thanks for joining me today and allowing me to be here with you as we continue to navigate the complex emotions that come beyond the loss. We'll see you next week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from TarotWithSteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hi, guys. Welcome. Happy Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. This is your Mini Medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the beautiful Moonstruck TV. And I'm going to tell you, I have been so excited to be back. I have had some crazy illnesses and just other stuff, that has hit. And so I just could not wait for my show tonight. The energy is beautiful. As some of you may know, we're getting into pretty soon the blood moon. So the full moon coming up, that blood moon, which is going to be a beautiful time to absorb that energy of release and letting go. And so we're all feeling it. It's already starting to hit. So maybe you guys are feeling it now too. Anyhow, so as many of you know, when I'm meditating throughout the day and I'm getting numbers. And if you listen to my show, you know that as a medium, I'll pick up numbers and those numbers will connect with someone maybe in spirit or someone's spirit guide or whatever it may be. And the number will connect or validate, I should say, a birth date, a death date, an age, a year, things like that. So I'm going to throw it out there already. The number 27 has been very strong today. So this would be like the 27th of a month, February 7th. The age of 27. That can even be the age maybe someone passed or the age that they would have been this year. So keep those in mind. That's where numbers will come in and will ultimately validate, who maybe it is that's trying to come through and channel. So anyhow, we're going to see how that connects, but I wanted to share with you all the affirmation for the week. Now, when I pull the affirmation card, what I do is I pull the number 27 or the 27th card. And this, it's just beautiful. I love these affirmations anyways. And so I hope as I share this affirmation, that you will apply it to your life. Sometimes, it may not resonate right away, but it always will. So the beautiful affirmation for the week for everybody out there, I'll kind of show you the pretty butterfly on the back. Isn't that gorgeous? So pretty. I think we all connect butterflies to someone in spirit, right? So the affirmation says, I let go of the past, I trust in the future, and I accept the present moment. Isn't that beautiful? I think that's such a good message. So I'll read that again. The affirmation says, I let go of the past, I trust in the future, and I accept the present moment. So for me, I'll tell you, it just personally how I resonate with that is focusing more on the moment, being present. I think we all kind of struggle with, what's to come, what's going to happen, what does my future look like, but it's really one of those things that if you just stay in the present moment and trust in the future, then, things will happen the way they're supposed to. So anyhow, I just wanted to share that with you and see if that affirmation fits with you for this week and apply that to your beautiful life. All right, you guys. Well, we're going to take our first caller. And my first caller is from, I think I saw Georgia. And I believe this is Tony from Georgia. Hi, Tony. This is Mini Medium. How are you?
How are you? I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great, hon. How can I help you tonight?
I was just gonna get a reading, see if you tell me anything about my relationship.
Okay,
With,
sure,
uh,
sure. So more around your relationship right now. Is this with a significant other?
yes.
Okay, okay. You got it, my friend. So while I'm pulling some cards for you, I was just mentioning to all of the people out there listening and watching that I get numbers throughout the day that are going to help validate birth dates, death dates, ages. The number 27 has been very strong today within my visions. Do you resonate with that number? This will be the 27th of a month.
No, not the 27th.
Okay, this can also be February 7th, so keep that in mind as well, these dates that come in. And it may be connected with my next caller, but as I start to, even feel the energy around, this will be someone that has crossed over or just spirit guides in general. So maybe
Okay.
just keep that in mind. How long have you been with your significant other?
23 years. We
23 years.
separated in November. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. Well, let me, and I'm sorry to hear that. Dang it. Well, I'll tell you
In
that,
my heart, I really think it's done. I think it's a done deal.
yeah. Well, and one thing that I've been really feeling and even telling my clients that come and get readings with me that this year is really a year of new beginnings and fresh starts. So even if this, relationship has, in a sense, come to its end, this is, the end of that chapter. Just know without a doubt, my friend, that this year is all about embracing the new beginnings and the fresh starts. And I know that's hard, right? Especially when you've been with someone for as long as you have been. But let me see what I can see within the cards and maybe give you some guidance. And let's see what happens as we read into the cards. Now, when I pull cards, just so you're aware, hon, I use the cards just as a visual validation of really what my gifts are bringing. So the intuition, the clairvoyancy, things that are coming. Now, you pulled a Two of Wands reversed, and I'll show this on the camera so those who want to see. Now, this Two of Wands did come out of the deck upside down. And then you pulled a Five of Pentacles, and that card did come out of the deck right side up. So what this really has shown me for you, without a doubt, my friend, the wand being reversed, this is where it's going to challenge you, really almost in a sense, forcing you to step out of your comfort zone. And it's all about finding a new wand is how I put it. So when you pull a wand, it's fire. It represents igniting, getting things going. And that wand is about using kind of your fairy godmother wand. And you're using that wand to get what you want, when you want, and how you want it. Now, with it being reversed, it just validates exactly what you just said, my friend, with the, this relationship, separating. And obviously it's not what you had wanted. This isn't the direction that I'm sure that you saw it going even a year ago.
Right.
And so that's, if anything, that's the card validating the energy right now. Now, the Five of Pentacles that you pulled, now a pentacle in tarot is something of value to you. And I know without a doubt, Tony, as I hear your voice and I feel your energy, you absolutely valued your marriage, and you still do. You value, your husband, you value your family. This card is really about letting go and trusting that you don't have to have all the answers at this moment, but that it's to focus on you and yourself and you putting yourself first, which I really feel without a doubt, my friend, that's something that you have not done for a very long time.
Right. I don't think I ever have.
I know, absolutely. One thing that I'll tell you, Are you worried that the reason for the marriage, you know, separating or going different ways, are you worried there's someone else involved, or that's why, you know, that the marriage has gone awry?
I think there is now for him, but in the
Okay.
beginning, no. I don't know what was going on. I just know he was just getting really mean, and I've never been the kind that to let anyone be mean to me. You know, I know I'd walk away. You know, and for 2 years, I'm like, please just stop. You know. And he just got where he didn't care, so I thought if I left that it would make a difference. But
Yeah,
it
yeah,
didn't.
kind of giving that ultimatum, right?
Right.
Well, and I'll tell you, and I know that sometimes it's hard to hear these things. And I always say, I always am very transparent, I'm very honest, and I always say I won't sugarcoat anything. I really
Right.
feel without a doubt, and this year is going to be a year of rebuilding and rebuilding a new foundation of what your life is going to look like for the next at least 9 more years. Now, when it comes to you and your husband, I feel like this is going to come back together, but here's kind of the caveat to that. The caveat to that is that it won't until you start taking care of you. And I know that's kind of hard to do when you've never done that before. But there's such a sense of the two of you really starting to kind of part ways, because it's that feeling when you've been with someone a long time, you start to become just friends and roommates, right?
Right.
And that can be very difficult. Well, I do feel something has pulled him away just recently. And so now for you, my friend, it's about showing him that you love yourself enough that you don't need him. And I know that sounds weird and kind of harsh, but I feel that's what he needs from you, is to know that you love yourself, you value yourself. And when you do that,
Okay.
he's going to feel that energy. I really feel this is, you know, a new beginning. My hope is, as I see it, that around May, I keep seeing the month of May, and I'm not sure what May, if it's a birthday, if we have a, you know, a family reunion, a celebration, but it seems like there's an event or something that brings you together, and it allows for you to kind of reunite. So watch for that, right about that May, June
Okay.
time. Okay. But in the meantime, my friend, please go and, you know, go get a pedicure done, go get your hair done, go, I don't know, you know, whatever it is, you know, go love yourself and do the things that fill up your cup so that, you know, he can see that you are okay. And you're a very strong woman. You are very strong. I can feel your energy's incredible. Just your light has been dimmed recently. So go find that light, my friend, and it'll get better. Give it some time.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Well, thank you so much.
Oh, you're so welcome, my friend. Well, thank you for calling, and I'll be sending you lots of good love and light and good strength and all that good positive energy.
All right. Thank you. Hope you have a blessed day. Blessed night.
Thank you, hon. Thanks. You too. Bye-bye.
Right. Bye-bye.
All right, you guys, we have time for another caller, so I'm going to take the next, and this is, I believe it's Rico in Eugene, Oregon. Ooh, I love it. Hi, Rico. This is Mini Medium. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great, hon. How can I help you tonight?
Well, I'm just curious about what this year forward is going. Lots of changes going. I started a t-shirt business that I really hope takes off. I have beautiful designs.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's wrapped around the phrase "love be the day and night," and I think it's a positive message for a positive vibe. So I'm trying to.
Yeah.
Well, I've had a long existence, and I'm trying to succeed where I've never succeeded before. not only in the human rights
I love that.
avenue, but in a personal way as much.
Yeah.
Enrich my life as well as enrich others.
Yeah. Oh, I love that. I love that. And this year is such a perfect year for that too, because we're in this year of the fire horse. I don't know if you're familiar with, with the Chinese New Year,
Right.
and and it's also the year of the one. So if you add up the numbers in 2026, they equal the number 10, but we dropped the 0.
Right.
So we're left with the one,
Right.
which this is the year of new beginnings and fresh starts. So if anything, this is such a great time for you to start this new business. What I love already, I pulled a few cards for you, but what I love, even the vision I got immediately, was how unique that your product is, how unique these shirts are, that they're so different from anything else that's out there,
That's
which
right.
I mean,
that's exactly right.
yeah. And not just that, but it's the energy I feel that you are putting into, the shirts. And it's not just a design. People will feel that energy as it comes from, each individual unique shirt that you're making. And so one thing that niche that you have, I feel is what's going to really step you outside of, all the other companies that are doing, t-shirts or whatever it may be. One thing I want you to be just kind of mindful of, and as I pulled a few cards for you, you pulled 2 beautiful cards. You pulled a 7 of Wands reversed. Now, for me, how I connect that with you in this new journey, the wand, just like I was mentioning to my last caller, it's about you finding your wand and you getting what you want, when you want, and how you want it. So it's very powerful. However, there's always that big old but. And the big old but is you have to be careful what you wish for. So, and that's exactly what I'm seeing for this year. So it's kind of setting realistic goals so that you don't get frustrated and maybe want to give up. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm not giving up on this.
Good,
Not
good.
this project.
Yeah,
I have 2 projects going on, but not either one of them I'm going to get up on.
Good. Good. I love it. Well, you have such a very, your energy, even as I feel for you, Rico, you have a lot of this very beautiful earthy. What's your zodiac sign?
I'm a Taurus.
And well, there you go. Yeah, you have, and I love that because even as literally the vision I have is as people purchase these shirts and put them on, their bodies, the energy will even be felt then, it'll be almost addicting, so please keep this going and just, give it some time. The month of July for me, as I see, is going to be a huge month for you. Do you have plans in July? Is that kind of a
Not
goal
yet,
month?
but I have T-shirt season is coming up, and
Yeah.
And my webpage is going to be up pretty soon, but there's all these opportunities to go sell in town. So I'll be doing whatever I can. It's about getting the word out.
Right.
Which I'm doing pretty good right now, but I need more business.
Yes, absolutely.
And
absolutely. Well, and right. I know you need money to make the money. Isn't it crazy?
Exactly.
It's that double-edged sword,
Exactly.
And I completely understand the getting the word out. One thing with my business, I used to work for a large corporate company here in Utah, and I was a project manager. Well, I left my job with the corporate world to pursue my purpose, to share my gifts as a psychic medium. And just in 5 years' time, my friend, it just grew like crazy. And it's all word of mouth, it's incredible. So something I feel for you, with that said, even outside, I know the shirts, but there's something I feel, I guess, I don't know what the right word is, that maybe goes with the shirts that is very connected to crystals and stones. So I don't know if you're incorporating that, or maybe that's been a thought. So maybe think about that.
Well, actually, you probably are feeling the labradorite that I keep in my pocket all the time. I have a lot of stones still all over in my room.
Love it.
But,
I love it. And that's that beautiful energy. I love the labradorite. That's one of my favorites. I'm wearing Larimar today, but you know, even just think about even that, even naming the shirt after a stone or a crystal, you know, giving it kind of that identity. It feels
well,
like
each shirt does have a name, and
good.
each design is entirely different. And the idea is the striking design catches your eye, and then you read "Love Be the Day and Night," and it reverberates.
Oh, yeah, that's so great.
It's the whole idea of passing that message across.
Yeah, it's that ripple effect.
I want to, you know, but like I said, it's the first time I'm actually doing something for myself and my wife and, you know, my life.
Good.
Most of the stuff I've done is for human rights, you know, where I don't get any money for it, and I don't seek any recognition for what I've done either.
Yeah, well, I love that. And, you know, this is just, as I tell people, you know, as we're here during this lifetime, I feel it's really about the legacy that we leave behind, that footprint. And, you know, so when your time comes and, you know, your soul's on the other side and you look down at your life, you can go, wow, look what I did. And I started that beautiful ripple effect of energy that was felt by many. Yeah, it's beautiful. So I'm excited for you.
I think that, you know, we're here for a reason.
Sure.
For the transformation. So perfect time to be here. Despite everything, it's a perfect time to be here. You know.
Absolutely, absolutely, my friend. Well, I'll tell you. Watch for that July time. I just feel like that's really where a huge transition comes to where you'll see, you know, things start to get busier, or an opportunity comes up that you know, take advantage of that for sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, you're so welcome. And I will send you lots of good positive energy and, you know, good love and light. And yeah, let us know. Keep in touch with me and send me all of the info. I'm happy to help promote.
Many blessings. Thank you.
All right. You're welcome. Same to you, hon. Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye. All right, you guys. Well, we have a little bit of time. This is exciting. I can share a little bit with what's going on. I meant to do that in the beginning with my life and all the exciting events. So a couple things. If you're interested in wanting to book a reading, I do readings all over the world, thanks to virtual. So you can go on my website. It's mini-medium.com. So mini, the little dash, medium.com. My website has all of my events. You can go in there and book, you know, a private reading. If you're local or if you want me to travel, I do parties. Those are my favorite. You know, girls get together, have girls' nights, and I'll come and we just, you know, channel loved ones that have crossed over or do individual, you know, intuitive readings, whatever it may be. But I'm excited this year. I am going to be going to a few places. So I'll be heading to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, as I always do in July. And then I'll be leaving straight from Gettysburg and heading to New Orleans. I've never been to New Orleans. I cannot wait. Not going to lie, I'm a little nervous, but I'm excited to see, you know, the energy there. But I will be at the New Orleans Paracon, so another you know, paranormal convention. And then I'll be coming back home. And then in December, or excuse me, November, I'll be heading to New Jersey. And again, I'll be doing the New Jersey Para-Unity Expo. So just lots of fun things coming. I'm in the process of trying also to get an event going in Tennessee. So I have a client there that is helping me try to get something hooked up. So if you're, interested and you want me to come to your state and do an event, please reach out to me. You can email me at readings at mini-medium.com. And I'd be happy to get something set up. But lots of fun things coming. Super excited. Things are just growing. Just like crazy. It's beautiful. This year is literally about that. So keep in mind that, we're going into the year of this fire horse. So if you're not ready, then that dang fire horse is going to take off. So be ready. Hop on that horse, hold on tight, enjoy this beautiful ride. Just make sure that you are ready for it. I'm ready. So, honestly, if you're a fire sign or an air sign, this is our year, my friends. I'm a Gemini. So if you're fire air, this is going to be the year. Boy, lots of beautiful things coming. So build that foundation, have it be, strong and sturdy so that you can just start to build on top of that and, build this next beautiful 9 years at least till we go through the next cycle. But yeah, lots of fun things coming. So watch my website. You can also go tomorrow. I will be doing readings on my YouTube channel, which is Mini Medium 75. So on YouTube, Mini Medium 75. Now on my website, there are links to all of my social media. You can click on that and it'll take you right there. I'll be doing free readings from 7:30 to about 9:30, 10 o'clock. It is National Carpe Diem Day. So we're going to seize the day tomorrow. And it's a 2626 day, which is the infinity symbol. So the energy is going to be incredible. So hop on. I am doing free readings to whoever I'm drawn to. And I can't wait. I can't wait to see what comes, what energy comes, what messages come. So lots of good things coming, my friends. Couple things really quick, I know, and then I know we'll be needing to wrap up. Some things that I want you all to be mindful of as we go into this year is really about just loving one another. I've noticed a lot of energy out there has been a lot of the, the negative energy, the worry, the anxiety. I just tell you that as many readings as I do, the energy right now is a lot of paranoia, a lot of stress, and I truly feel that we all need each other. So reach out to those. If you don't have, someone to reach out to, you can always reach out to me and someone to listen, without a doubt. So, all right, you guys. Well, I think this has been a really fun night and just very beautiful energy, flowed just beautifully. So I cannot wait to see you guys next week. We'll be getting ready to be in that amazing blood moon. Oh my gosh, it's going to be a lot. Let go of the stuff that has not served you, my friends. All right, well, have a beautiful night. I will see you guys next week, and we'll be into close to that March date, right? Ooh. All right, you guys, sending you much love. Bye, guys. Take care.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Beyond the Veil with your medium, Shelley Shonwall. Live from yourmedium.ca. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Beyond the Veil on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to Beyond the Veil. I'm your host, Shelley Shonwald, and very excited to be back here again today. And Spirit has asked me to put a little nudge out there with change and how we can grieve change. You know, we all have change in our lives. It seems to be the inevitable, but one of the things that we forget about having change in our lives is that we can grieve the change. Now, sometimes these are changes that are positive. We're moving forward in our lives and good things are coming, but yet at the same time, we may grieve what we're leaving behind. You know, that can be a good example would be if you're moving somewhere new. You know, it could be a very exciting thing to, you know, pack the bags and be on a new adventure, but at the same time, you can mourn what you've left behind. Or, you know, if you're leaving behind friends and some good memories. You know, we can grieve changes such as, you know, our own personal health. And, you know, as we get older, things just, you know, bodies just aren't the same as they used to be. And we can grieve our younger selves. I mean, these are all part of our lives, but we should also make sure that we take care of ourselves in these times and understand that some of the emotions and feelings that we're going through is grief. And, you know, with change, generally, you know, we come through all right. At the end of the day, the changes and the positive things that we're doing in our lives, we are moving on to happier things. But, you know, don't forget that, you know, the life that you have left behind, it's okay to mourn that and to remember those good times and carry that forward with you, because as we move through change in our lives, we have to remember that we're learning. And that's why we're here. That's why we're put on this great green earth, is to learn and to grow. And without change, we don't do those things. If we're constantly playing it safe in life, what do we get out of that? You know, not a lot. If we live a very sheltered existence, we don't get what we need from our time here. So it's important to know that while change can be scary, change can cause us to grieve, you know, what we're leaving behind, but it's also for our well-being. To get out there, you shake things up from time to time, right? You know, if things are ticking along day in, day out, well, that's great, but what are we getting out of that? If you're feeling a bit stuck, why not make a change? Doesn't have to be anything major. You don't have to move across the country or across the globe or anything, but maybe there's some small incremental changes that you can make in your life that may give you the opportunity to learn and grow. So put that in your back pocket to think about over the next little while. Let's take our caller here. We have Georgia in Dallas, Texas. Georgia, are you there?
Hello. I'm
Hi,
here.
how are
Yes,
you doing
ma'am.
tonight?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. What brings you to the show tonight?
It's just curiosity more than anything, I guess.
So you haven't had a reading before?
I have had a reading before, actually, but
Okay.
not anything online like this, or on, you know.
All right. Well, we got a little bit of time here, so let's dig into what's going on for you. Very interesting. I just, is there some type of military or something around you?
No.
Oh, very interesting, because I feel like there's you very structured, almost like someone who would be in the military. Does that resonate with you?
I'm a nurse. So I'm pretty, that's pretty regimented.
There we go. There's the structure that we have, because what it feels like is that you're very at home in structure and having routines and the procedures to follow. But what I'm getting with you is that you're kind of wondering what else in life.
Sure.
Does that make sense?
It does,
Kind of.
yeah.
It feels like there's a little bit of boredom. Like you wake up, you go to sleep. It seems a bit like the Groundhog Day for you, and you're looking for something to wake up your spirit again.
I think that's accurate.
Yeah. It's interesting because I feel like there's also do you have a partner or a man in your life?
Yes.
Okay. Because it feels like this is kind of resonates a little bit with both of you, more so with you, but it's like there's a comfortableness about your situation. Things are good. Things are really good, but it's like, what else is there? We need to kind of wake this up and enjoy life a bit. You don't want it to pass you by, and it feels like he's on the same page with that one. Has there been some conversations about that between the two of you?
Occasionally, yes.
Okay. Because what it feels like for you is that getting out of this bubble, it means getting out and seeing the world. And even if it's just in your own country, getting out and seeing more, because it feels like life is very much centered just around your area, and that there's a desire to get out and do and see more.
I think that's true.
And there's encouragement from spirit, from your friends in the spirit, to start looking at putting those plans into action. They're reminding you only live once, right? You're only in this body. Whether you believe in reincarnation and all those things, you're only here in the now once. So what they're saying is that to start looking at the plans and putting the list together on where you want to go and what you want to see, and getting budgets together for it. Because you two have been very careful. Now, it feels with you both is that, you've been good with your money. You're okay financially. Now it's time to start looking at, how do we make this stuff work for us? And how do we get out there and see this great green earth? Because it feels like there's trips not only in the US, but it feels like you've all talked about elsewhere, getting outside of the country and seeing what else is out there. Now, what also I'm getting from them is that they're talking about retirement. You're not retirement age, are you?
I still have a few more years.
Yeah, kind of, because it feels to me like it's on the precipice, it's coming, but it's like we have to start thinking about what we're going to do now, because it's like in your retirement there's going to be more desire, the ability to get out there, because you're not doing shift work and things like that, to look at getting outside of the country and doing more things, because it does feel like, have you ever been overseas? Have you been to the UK?
I have not.
Okay. It feels like there's going to be the desire to get out and go over and see these things. Right. Okay. To go to the UK. I'm also hearing Italy. Like it's one of those things. It feels like a place that would resonate with you. But they're encouraging you to start looking at this, because you've worked very hard. You both have worked very hard in your life. And you deserve to get out and see what's out there. It feels like that with this, it's like there's some gatherings or something with this as well. Are you planning any gatherings in your home? Because I see people coming together and there's laughter, like you're celebrating something.
Not anything coming up, no.
Okay, because it feels like there's something, and maybe not right now, but it feels like it's like this year. It's like it feels like an important date, but there's a celebration coming up and there's people coming together and there's going to be discussion about, where are we going to go? What are we going to do? Talking about after the work and what will life hold. So it feels you're both very able-bodied people, and to get out and enjoy that. Do you hike or do any long walks?
It's something that I would like to do more of.
Okay, because I'm feeling that even you're getting out and you're looking over. I see you going somewhere where you're able to look out over like a bit of a valley. Like it doesn't seem terribly mountainous, but it feels somewhere in your area, but it's like you can look over like a river valley or something like that. And there's a great sense of accomplishment with you going out there and doing these things. And it's things like that, getting out there and seeing your area and getting outside, it's going to start sparking the interest to do and see more.
Okay.
But it seems like, do you have like a bit of a river valley or something near you?
No, not really.
Okay. So you'll get out somewhere where you'll be able to see it, because it doesn't feel like it's really lush. How do I put it? Like the foliage around it's quite short. But it's like something you're going to come up and it's just going to be a sense of accomplishment. I feel happiness for you in doing this.
Okay.
This is going to spark joy for you. And it's like, it's the catalyst to getting out there and getting moving. So that's what they're giving me. Do you have any questions before I let you go? I got a couple of minutes here.
Well, I have a friend that's kind of having some health issues. And I'm kind of curious. I know that you can't give medical advice, obviously, but if you pick anything up on that.
I just heard she'll be okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure. They're not giving me any more than that. I mean, sometimes, okay can be a lot of things, but they're saying, don't worry too much. It's okay.
Okay.
All right. May I leave that with you?
Yes. Thank you so much. I appreciate you taking my call.
You're welcome. And you have a lot of exciting things coming up. Just grab on and go. All right.
All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have a wonderful night.
You too.
All right, folks. And there we have it. Getting out there and exploring the world is a wonderful thing, and you don't have to go far. Sometimes we have wonderful things in our own backyard, but get out there and enjoy life and see things and, spark change, spark some joy in your lives, because we do only have this one chance in this body, in this here and now. Please make the most of it. Have a wonderful night, everyone. Take care.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Insights with Solaris with Jennifer. Live from Solaris.1. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Insights with Solaris on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Insights with Solaris, where I am your host, Jennifer, a tarot reader with over 10 years of experience, and I do a lot of other things from numerology and astrology. But regardless of any and all certifications I have, I always come back to say I am a channel of spirit, and I bring messages for those who find me. And if you have joined us before or you're new, I always like to start out with a message for the collective reading. For the collective. So this is a reading that will affect everyone a little differently, but the themes overall will be something to be aware of over the next couple of days, next week or so. And immediately in the collective energy, there is really a push for stepping up and defending your belief system. Now, I mean this in a couple of different ways. Again, this is a collective reading, but it's in the moment of where you as an individual, and even you are part of your community, is really stepping in and looking into how can we confront or address or even just acknowledge some maybe patterns of behavior that aren't necessarily good for anybody. This could be something too much social media, doom scrolling for hours on end. It could be some too much caffeine. It could be all sorts of things. But at the end of the day, Spirit is saying, okay, let's look at these unhealthy habits and let's see what we can build upon, what barriers we can break to get to the root of the problem and to finally start something new. Because everything is usually okay in moderation. But it does seem like the collective, we are going back and forth between extremes, which could be some better ways to do things. So Spirit's just asking you over the next couple of days, identify and go from there. See what can be changed. So I hope that helps. So a little different message for today, but we're going to go into our caller today. So we have Rita. Hello, Rita.
Hello.
How are you today?
I'm good.
Are you sure?
Yeah, nervous.
Oh, it's okay.
But
you don't have to be nervous. I don't judge anyone. I listen. I bring messages. That's it. No judgment here. So what type of questions do you have today?
So, an ex I had from an extremely long time ago. We got back in touch about 8 years ago, and then I moved back to Ohio like 6 years ago. We got together, and then we just started talking again Friday. But of course, he's the one that I'm always gonna have feelings for and everything, and I'm not exactly sure what's going on or where it's gonna go. I know where I would like it to go, but doesn't mean it might.
Yeah, so we absolutely can dive into that. The first card that I pulled for you was Three of Swords, which is a heartbreak card. So this just tells me that there is going to be some significant healing that is asking to be done of you. Let's just go in and see what other messages we have coming forward. Okay, I'm liking this. I'm liking this. Lots of good energy. Which is especially when people come in and out of your life. So overall, in the heart of your situation, there is a lot of caution, which makes complete complete sense, right? Because you are allowing a person in potentially for like the third or fourth or how many times, and
Right. I think the caution's on both ends, to be honest.
yeah. Yeah, so it seems like it's been a cycle, and it's definitely some sort of karmic cycle for you. So it's okay to have that caution, because in that past position, I see there was a lot of poor timing. You guys just weren't in the right place, even if you were like in the vicinity and same environment. You guys weren't in the same place on a physical, mental, or emotional level. So everything that has
Right.
happened in the past, you guys, it's just like you're always missing each other. Like he had a 4 o'clock train, you had a 4:30. So it's just kind of it's been this
Right.
back and forth for years.
Yeah.
So
Actually,
um,
for, oh God, like 40 years.
yeah, that's quite a bit.
Yeah.
Um, And so I see the wish that you want to come in and you're like, okay, like not only do I want like a steady foundation, but I'm also in a point in my life where I feel more stable and I feel a little bit more comfortable potentially taking a risk as far as the emotional, because my material safety and my physical safety is there. So I do like seeing that, because you do feel nice and stable. So when we have those type of environments, we can look at that caution, and we can go, okay, if I feel safe enough to move forward in this potentially risky, not necessarily risky, but emotional situation. And in your near future, I would say there is a very high potential for a romantic relationship evolving out of this. Okay?
Okay.
A lot of balance
What I
will
was
need.
kind of hoping for.
Yeah. So, I mean, I love this energy, but a lot of balance is going to be needed, because you've known each other for a long time. You are not the same person. He's not going to be completely the same person. So it's going to be
Right.
kind of a balance back and forth, okay? And a lot of decision making I feel coming forward. And I know it's you guys known each other for years, but when I feel like it's almost like you want to move things so quickly, but at the same time both of you are still ruminating over things that you have lost. And it's kind of like, oh, what have I missed out on all these years? And it feels like there's going to be a lot of things being triggered on both sides waiting to be healed for you guys to truly connect, because I see a lot of potential here. I mean, like you have the lovers, you have the star, you have the magician. All of this here is just like, oh my
Oh, wow.
gosh, you can manifest all of this, just these major arcana cards. Things would
Okay.
move quickly as well. But again, there's this balance, and I'm just going to pull out a little bit more as to what is this caution card telling us. There's going to be some minor incidents with communication, miscommunication. And, that's common for anybody, friendships, relationships. And it seems like one or both of you are breaking out of this pattern of where you use humor to deflect your emotions. And it doesn't
Oh,
have
that
to be
would
like,
be me.
okay. So like when you get uncomfortable, you do like a nervous laugh, you go like type of thing.
Yeah,
Um,
definitely.
yeah, when you want to connect fully with your heart, and I see like you are so grounded. People rely on you a lot. I can see.
All
You
the
have
time.
a lot of deep emotion, and Spirit is saying it's okay to drop that caution and to allow people to see that mask fall. It doesn't have to be particularly with this person, this partner that you're really wanting to reconnect with. It can be your family members, it can be friends. You'd be like, hey, it's great that you have a sense of humor. It's great that you can find absurdity in all the things that are happening, whether it's positive and negative. But you don't have to be that person that always has to put on a brave face. And as you
Okay.
are healing some of this, because you've kind of been like, lots of burden placed on you where you had to stand your ground and you had to be this person that just kept going forward.
Yeah.
And that has worked for you, and that's like, okay. It you don't have to keep working in this way. You can absolutely learn a new way to communicate in something that is more healing now, that is more expressive of who you are today, not who you were 10 years ago or even 6 months ago. We're constantly evolving and changing, and you're allowed to express yourself differently now too. And overall, that's just kind of the main cautionary tale that Spirit is coming forward with is you're allowed to say what you want to say. You're allowed to show emotions and express emotions, whether that's anger, happiness, sadness. That's all a part of your healing process right now.
Okay.
And you have been smart in the past. You have created your foundations. You have made the logical decisions. And it's okay to step into that little bit of passion, to have a little bit of excitement now, because you're not trapped anywhere. If you want to see this relationship grow, you're going to have to move away from your past. And a lot of that of your past is just doing everything on your own, relying on yourself and on yourself. So there's a lot of wonderful things opening here for you, but again, it's just going to take some healing. I definitely see that potential for a relationship. Do you have any other questions on that?
No, actually, you pretty much summed everything up.
I'm just going to dig in a little bit more to see longevity here. Again, there is going to be a lot happening in the background and stuff. That again, you may start to see the same patterns. You're like, oh my gosh, we're going through the cycle again, but you're not. Like you may schedule a date and all of a sudden you're like, oh, I have to reschedule, have a doctor's appointment. But it's not the same. It's not going to be the same pattern of like you guys keep missing the wrong train. You guys are meeting up now. There is a lot of
it's like somehow we keep getting like pulled together, and then but it's like he's never ready for a relationship.
Yeah, and
everything but that.
Right. I mean, you overall, you are a very attractive person to him. But he also is coming in kind of like a more solitary person, maybe more introverted, not necessarily, while you may use humor, he uses, what's that word? He pulls away from people. So even though like he doesn't like people in his home, that's a safe space. He has his spaces, he has his
Definitely.
people. So, those are again, and when you're coming in here and I'm seeing like so much personal strength, I see you over the years, I'm seeing all of these things and you just always kept going. You are a wonderful person to help break down his walls. And in the likewise, he's a wonderful person for you to feel safe to drop that mask.
Yeah.
And it seems like it will take a little bit of time to build that emotional connection. Like it's there, it's already there. The interest is definitely there. But it's rebuilding trust. Trusting yourself as well. So you're not giving yourself fully away. You are completely independent, but at the same time, you're building this relationship of mutual respect, independence, and love. So it's more than what you have experienced before. Lots of room for celebrations too. So go for it. Go for it and do
I'm
that.
trying.
Let it go slowly too.
Yeah, he told me like 6 years ago what he wanted a woman. I'm like, hello, you're looking at that person. So I offered the next time he comes over, I'm like, hey, instead of us going to dinner, how about I cook dinner?
You're doing great. You're going to do this. Just keep your heart in that space.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, darling ducklings. I'm Perry Lyons, and I'm New York City Celebrity Psychic. This is my retreat here. That Chinese screen in the back is, well, it's from China. Okay. Anyway, I am, we're snowed in where I am right now. So I haven't, I'm a little out of touch with humanity. So we're going to dive right into the psychic tarot weather. And psychic tarot weather is like regular weather, except less damaging to crops. While I'm doing this, please feel free to call in and ask me any question that's in your heart, as long as it's not calculus, geography, or certain aspects of geometry. Physics is okay. Anyway, so the first card represents the beginning of the week, starting today. So the second card is the weekend. The third card is the rest of the week until next Wednesday. Hi, Melissa. I'm glad you're here.
Hi, Perry.
Hi, sweetie.
How are
you? I'm good. Thank you. How are you?
Oh, I'm good.
Good. I'm just going to do the psychic tarot weather. So I'm going to ask you to do some vagus nerve breathing, VAGUS nerve breathing. Goes like this until I come back to you. So just breathe in deeply, like that, and then breathe in what's on top of that, like that, and then breathe out through pursed lips, like you're blowing out a candle. It's a little undignified, and it will amuse any toddlers in your vicinity. But do that like 3 times, just to bring your central nervous system into alignment, as opposed to the vagus nerve, VAGAS, which is when stimulated, where you wake up in a hotel in a Nevada city surrounded by 10 unconscious sex workers, 10,000 empty bottles of liquor, and a missing decade of your life. But enough about my personal life. Anyway, I'm glad you're here. Melissa means honey in Greek, doesn't it?
What's that?
Melissa means honey in Greek, right?
Yeah, I think it means honeybee.
Okay, either is good. So, all right, here's the psychic weather for the week. This is for you and everybody. And then we'll get to your specific question. You sound really nice. I'm glad you called. Yay. Okay. So the first part of this is an interesting card. I'm going to have to put my finger over parts of it. I didn't realize this is a fairly uninhibited tarot deck. Okay, so I'm putting my fingers over the naughty bits. Sorry, I need a manicure. So the first, this is the card of, it's the devil card, but it doesn't mean literally like, ooh, big guy with horns and, you know, that thing. What it does mean is that you might be in a time of quitting being in bondage to something or someone. So you might be struggling to quit drinking or smoking, or maybe getting out of a relationship that some part of you knows is not good for you. And this card is saying that you've got a lot of sort of angelic energy behind you supporting that decision. So anything you decide to stop doing, whether it's smoking, drinking, toxic relationship, crochet, excuse me. Actually, I think you can keep doing crochet. So that's the first part of the week. Interestingly, second part of the week, the weekend, it's a great card for the weekend. This is the victory in, can you see this? It's It's the Chariot card. It's a chariot being pulled by a black sphinx and a white sphinx. And what that means is sphinxes are useful. What it means is combining arts and business. So you might be getting a new job where you combine something sort of arts related and something business related, or you might be starting your own side hustle, which combines both. Or you might be, it's usually woman-led business. So you might be sorry about that. And the last card, almost there, Melissa. Oh, this is really nice. We have the Six of Cups. This always means to me that somebody you used to love or used to be friends with or was very important to you is coming back into your life. This could be the return of an old lover. I mean, young, but not a current love. Oh, you know what I mean. It could be you reconnecting with a friend from maybe childhood. But it's a wonderful card. And whenever it shows up, it presages a time of kind of sweetness, nostalgia, and reminiscence and good stuff. So it's going to be a good week. Okay. All right, my darling, how can I help you?
I kind of a general question, I guess. Where do you see me within the next year in, kind of love and life? Where do you see my path going? Is it going to be with somebody, by myself? Do I kind of stay put and grow as I am? What do you see kind of towards the end of this next year?
Gotcha. Good question. What day is your birthday? I like to connect people through their
February
birthdays.
9th.
Oh,
February
happy
9th. I'm going to be 45 and
oh, you're just a baby. Yeah, she's older than you. Okay. What has happened? Melissa? The fact that you're not in a relationship right now is, on some level, your choice, because the relationship that's coming towards you, and it is, but it's not immediate. You've some part of your spirit or soul has chosen to be by yourself right now, so you can grow into your own expectations rather than anybody else's. You have a tendency, well, I mean, we all do. We all have a tendency to kind of change ourselves a little bit to be with the person that we are in love with. But for you, you've been changing very fast. The last few months, last year kind of sucked. I'm not gonna lie. This year's going to be much better, and you're going to notice this kicking in right after your birthday, around February 15th to 25th. I think you're not going to meet, I don't feel like men, women, llamas, whoever this person is. I'm just going to call them Bob. I don't know. I just like the name Bob.
That was my ex-boyfriend's name. That's funny.
Well, that's just my job. It's funny. It's not a name you hear very much anymore. Okay, so this feels to me like, well, he might be coming. If that Bob comes back around, you're done with him. Don't go back there, even if it's tempting. But you're very attractive. I mean, you just are. Yeah, I can see you. I'm good at remote viewing.
Thank you.
So you really don't have to worry about finding somebody, because the minute you decide that, okay, it's time for me to have a relationship, the person's going to appear. I think you're going to meet somebody. Are you traveling this summer? Are you going to like Greece in August or something?
No, I don't have any big travel plans quite yet. A few little ones, but nothing crazy big.
Okay. I think you're probably going to wind up taking a bigger I can't talk. Hold on. I'll rewind. There. I think you're going to wind up traveling farther and more than you think. You might be accidentally taking a cruise. That happened. I won a cruise once, and it's like, wow. So either somebody's going to invite you in one, or it looks to me like you're going to be traveling August, September. And I think that's where you're going to meet this person. Yeah, actually. Even if you don't have anything planned, trust me on this.
Okay.
but it's also going to happen. You really have been changing a lot, and in a very good way. And it can be lonely, it can be hard, it can be sad, but the worst of that is over. And you've learned, unlike most people, you've actually learned from your experience. Do you feel that's true?
Yes, that is very true.
Cool. Yeah, I think so too. Well, Aquariuses are great. You guys are awesome. You're not like other signs.
This is true. This is very true.
Yeah. I mean, there's like 11 other signs, and then there's Aquarius, and you're not like the rest of us. And that's a great thing. You guys are always very original. You very seldom let your heart speak louder than your head, and I kind of think that's a good thing. But the person you're going to find is somebody who's an intellectual equal, because one of the things you're doing this year is you're finding out, like on some level, you've always known you're really smart, but you're going to really dive into that this year. You might even go back to school, but on some level, you're going to take your intelligence. And do you write, or do you have kind of a writer way of looking at things?
No, I'm artistic, but no, I don't really do any of that currently. I do work a corporate ladder that I don't want to continue to climb, but I do.
Yes.
But I teach yoga, I do chakra balancing, like that type of stuff. So
cool.
in essence, that's kind of artsy, more than corporate ladder.
Yeah, you're not a corporate person. I guess the artsy is what I was picking up on. I would keep your corporate job for now because there's going to be a lot of societal ups and downs coming up. So you want some stability. Mm-hmm. I would think about building something out from your yoga teaching. I teach Kundalini yoga.
Okay.
For you, I think that you might want to, I don't know if you teach at a specific place or you teach in a bunch of different places. What I'm getting is keep your practice steady. You can even up the time if you want, because what's going to happen in the next few months is what you want to do, the yoga, your creativity, and your ability to run a business, because you have a good business sense, even though you're creative. What's that like? They're going to combine to... I'm not sure if you might open your own yoga studio, but that wouldn't be for a year or two. What I think you might be doing is sort of, how can I put this? Get 90 seconds. I would concentrate in that because I'm getting a lot of green and gold light around that. And to me, that means that there's a lot of growth and healing, but there's also money. And we like money. Money is our friend. Money takes us out to dinner. Money is nice to us. So I think by the end of the year, your path is going to be a lot clearer than it seems right now. And you're going to start, I think by June or July, you're going to have some idea about how to package what you do, or how to sort of, I don't want to say brand because that's so gimmicky, but you're going to come up with something that's specifically Melissa. It's like Melissa Lini. Okay. Like Kundalini. Right after that is when your person is going to show up, because your trajectory this year is going up, and you're going to just keep doing what you're doing. You're doing great, actually. I mean, now as opposed to you 10 years ago, unbelievable. Totally different person. Kind. I mean, you were kind.
Life shifts a lot.
Yeah, but you've done great. So trust yourself. You're going to have money. Trust the yoga thing. And give me a call when the guy shows up, because I want to say, I told you so.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio. Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Guided Whispers, Insights with Robin. Live from RobinWolf.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Guided Whispers on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Happy Tuesday. I hope everyone is keeping warm and sleigh riding if you have snow and going in the swimming pool if you didn't. Yeah, I hope everyone's having a good time. I know today was the first day I was able to let my dogs outside to play, where they actually wanted to be outside and it wasn't too cold for them. But we did not get snow this time in Asheville, North Carolina. Anyway, I am here today to do a reading for you if you'd like. And while I'm waiting for a caller, I've been hearing a lot from my clients. They want to know how they can get signs from spirit, how they know whether their loved ones are around them or not around them. So I wanted to say that getting a sign from spirit from your departed loved one, mom, dad, husband, wife, sister, brother, whoever, best friend, it can be very subtle. It could just be a thought that pops into your head or an idea. You could be getting ready to cross the street and suddenly hear mom's voice in your ear saying, "Don't go yet. Don't forget to look left. There's a car coming." It could be as simple as that. And it's really important for you to trust yourself. It's important for you to actually believe that they're there with you in your heart, walking beside you. Again, it could just be a very subtle thought. There could be a feather at your door when you walk outside one morning, and instead of thinking, "Oh, it must have blown over here," no, it's probably from one of your departed loved ones. It's not there. There's no such thing as coincidence, is my feeling, my belief. It could be almost anything. Anyway, I hope that helps a little bit. And I am going to say hello to Linda in Canada. How are you today, Linda?
Hi. I'm doing good. How are you?
I am also good. Are you keeping warm?
No, it's cold here.
Had a feeling. Well, I hope it gets warm soon, unless you like the cold.
No, I don't. No.
What can I do to help you today?
Okay, my best friend recently passed away.
Okay.
It's been almost a month, and I just want to make sure that she really is at peace now.
Okay.
And because she had a lot of problems through her whole life, and I just want to make sure that she's really okay, and she's still. Well, I don't know if she has anything to say to me.
Okay. I want to say that her passing was a very difficult illness. Is that true?
She was sick, but I don't think she realized how sick she was.
Okay.
Most of her problems were mental health.
Okay. Let me make sure she's stepping through. Would you understand that she took her own life then, or did something to speed up the process? Because I just want to make sure. I don't think she didn't do it on purpose.
Yeah, I don't think she. Yeah.
Okay. I keep getting this feeling from your friend that yes, she had a tough life and that there were things that she wished she could have done different or fixed or gotten help for. But I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I keep getting the impression from her, if it's her coming through, that near the end, she was trying to set things right in a way where she was trying to get help. Because I keep getting this impression, excuse me, sorry.
Yes, you are right.
Okay. I just want to make sure she's the one that's coming through for you, because I feel like there were times when she might have shut you out, but most of the time she let you in because she trusted you. And I'm getting the impression she's apologizing to you, and it's almost like she's saying, I listened to you and I worked hard, but it was already the end for me, if that makes sense. But she's grateful for your friendship, and she's grateful that you didn't quit on her. Does that make sense to you? You never quit. You never walked away. You never said, oh, the heck with you. You don't want my help. You never did that. You always stayed constant and true. And she's so grateful that you helped her with that. Not helped her with that, but she's grateful that you did that for her, if that makes sense. I keep getting from her that she's dancing finally and that she is celebrating herself. I don't feel like she ever celebrated herself before. She wants you to know that she is progressing and learning to love herself now. It's only been a month, so she's not there yet, but she wants you to know she's finally working on herself. Would you understand that there's a child involved? It could be an adult child, but I feel like there's a daughter involved?
Yes.
Okay. And would you understand that you're helping this person talk about things and heal and grieve?
Yes.
Okay, because she's letting you know that she is so grateful for that, because there's a lot of healing this person needs to do. Would you understand that you are getting the daughter to, her daughter to talk and to talk things out?
Yep.
Okay, because she wants you to know she is very grateful and she thanks you for that. I do feel like she's been around you. I don't want to sit there and say she's turning lights on and off and all that, because I'm not getting the impression that she is. She wants to do something different, and she wants to show you that she's around by doing something very different. So I want to say that she's moving things. Like, she has power that is very interesting for someone who's only been passed over for a month. And I want to say that she is, I don't know if it's your keys, but there's something that she moved, and she's pointing to my glasses. So I don't know if it's eyeglasses or a actual glass that you would drink out of, but she wants you to pay attention, because she is very subtly moving things to make you feel like that you're forgetting, or that she wants to make you laugh. And she wants you to know she's around you and that she's never going to leave your side. But her daughter, I don't know if her daughter is blaming herself or if she is going down the same road as mom.
Her daughter does feel really guilty that she didn't help her mom more.
Okay. She doesn't want her daughter to feel guilty. She pushed her daughter away, I want to say a little bit, and her daughter's not like you where she's going to say, that's okay, mom. So she doesn't want her daughter to feel guilty, and she's happy that you're helping her to realize that. It's going to take a little while, but you will both get there, I believe. I'm also getting the feeling that there's a dog around that's helping her daughter through this. And I don't know if it's her dog or her daughter's dog, but there's a dog. Does that make sense?
Her daughter has a dog. Her daughter has a dog.
Okay, and she is already playing tricks on this dog as well. She's pulling the tail. It's like she's making this dog laugh, and the dog already sees her and feels her. So I feel like she's also getting messages through to the dog for her daughter, whether it's just making her laugh, or making or the dog kissing her. It's just going to be very subtle, but this dog is already giving messages to her daughter from her, which I think is really cute. So what else am I getting? Do you have any questions?
No, I think you said just about everything I needed to hear.
Okay. Well, we still have a few minutes left. I think 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes. So let me see what else I can get for you. She's literally dancing. She wishes that you and her, and she's also adding her daughter into the mix. I don't know. She's talking about a concert. So I don't know if you had been talking about going and doing something fun, but she is jumping up and down saying, I wish that we went to this concert. I wish that we did those things that you suggested. She's also talking about a vacation. Are you planning a celebration of life or something for her? That is.
We mentioned it. We were not sure yet. There were a lot of people who couldn't come for her service, so we were talking about it.
She's very funny. So she does have a sense of humor, and maybe she didn't before she passed, but her sense of humor is coming back. And she says, you remember my sense of humor. I'm getting it back now, and I want you to do a fun celebration of life. And I don't know, she's funny. She's talking about balloons in the air. So I don't know if she wants it to be on a balloon ride in the spring, but she's showing me water and she's showing me balloons in the air. So I don't know if that's something you discussed or if she's just giving you ideas, but she wants it to be an adventurous celebration of life where people are going to celebrate the real her before things got really bad. We only have a minute left, so I'm not sure if there's anything else I can do for you.
A quick question that has nothing to do with her. My relationship status, is that going to change?
Well, she's talking and she's telling you that yes, it's going to change. I don't know why she's getting involved in this, but I do feel like it's like she's saying, now that you don't have to worry about me so much, that person is going to come into your life. So I'm getting the spring, and I'm getting near water, so I don't know if that makes any sense, a lake or something. But I'm getting, yes, it's going to change.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com, or Moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall's site on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. Look, our hearts and our prayers and our thoughts go out to the people of New York and the surrounding areas with this terrible winter storm that's still raging over there. Last I checked on the weather and on the news here in Australia. And, you know, it's a very difficult time. Look, I know lots of people around the world are struggling with different weather events. And, you know, we seem to be getting more and more of them. It sort of seems to be sort of every day, every week, there's another 100-year flood or another 100-year storm or something that we weren't expecting, or bushfires or forest fires. And it just seems to be going on and on and on, and there doesn't seem to be any reprieve from it. Look, I'm not going to get here on my soapbox and say, for those that don't believe in global warming, well, this is what happens. It's just that the world is changing, and we all need to start to take some sort of action, start to be a little bit more responsible for ourselves, and start to look at the way that we live. Are we using too many natural resources? Are we using too much packaging? You know, we the shoppers can sort of vote with our feet and say, look, I won't buy that product because it's got too much plastic in it, or too much man-made stuff that's got to go into landfill, which is then causing, you know, an imbalance in our environment. It's just a little thing that I think that we can all be sort of a little bit more consciously aware of trying to sort of save our beautiful planet. So this week, the Simply Tarot card of the week is the Knight of Wands. Now, in all my years of teaching, I always found that a lot of my students found it very confusing and very difficult to understand how to integrate into a reading a knight, a page, a king, or a queen. Now, these always represent people. Now, the knights and the pages are young people under the age of 25. So we're looking at a knight as being a young man up to the age of 25. Now, most of the time when it comes out in a reading, it's not necessarily indicating that there's a young man coming into our lives or somebody that we need to be aware of. It is usually the secondary meaning in this case, which is an important letter. Now, letters are probably a little bit passe these days. We're talking about text messages, we're talking about emails, we're talking about voice messages, any form of communication that could come that is considered important. I still like to use the term important letter because that's what I taught for many, many years. And I still think it has some weight, that we stop and we think, okay, that's written. That's something that's, you know, we've got to take a little bit of notice of. It's not just a voice conversation. It's something that where somebody's trying to get our attention. Now, the other thing that I want to point out, if you're a parent, your children, no matter what age they will always come out as pages and knights. They could be 50 years of age, but in your mind, they're still your child. So they will still come out as a knight or the page. So just be aware of that when you're putting tarot cards together and you're performing a reading for yourself, that, you know, they're not scary cards, the knights, the pages, the kings and the queens. They just either represent people, or if that doesn't fit with your reading, then look at the secondary meaning in this case, which is an important letter, which is something we need to be aware of, something that we need to look at, something that we need to focus on. So just, you know, keep your eye out for that over the next week. Now, it's really, really interesting. Astrologically, we've got a big week. We've had a shift of energy again. We've gone into the Pisces time of the year. So happy birthday to all the Pisceans. It's a very magical time of the year for Pisces people, where they, you know, they get to strut their stuff and sort of, you know, be really excited and very pleased that it's their magical time of the year. And we've had so much emphasis with so many planets sitting in Pisces now for such a long, long time, that I'm pleased to report, Pisces, that Saturn and Neptune have moved out of your sign. They've gone into Aries, so they you know, you've had a long trek with those, and you've all done very well. I think you should all give yourself a packet of gold stars because you've done exceptionally well. And a lot of astrologers write Pisces people up as being sort of quite weak, that they don't know, they can't be decisive, they're like two fish swimming around chasing their tails. I find the actual opposite is true. And I've been working with astrology now for well over 40 years. And I can honestly say to you, in that time, yes, I've met some dreamy, creative, terribly creative Pisceans who don't really want to live in the real world, that, you know, like to live in the Peter Pan fantasy of and never want to grow up. But the majority of them are very strong-willed sort of people. Yes, they have a gentleness about them. Yes, they have a creative streak about them and love music and love the arts and things like that. But when push comes to shove, you couldn't get anybody more reliable or stronger than a Pisces to be in your corner to bat for you. They are very, very loyal people, and they are people that get a bad rap astrologically a lot of times, but they're very strong people. And we're starting to see a lot of leaders around the world now are coming out to the forefront under the sign of Pisces. We're not necessarily seeing always the fire signs or the dominant signs. We're seeing now what was considered the gentler signs coming to the forefront and leading in a different way, where the people are sort of comfortable with their style of leadership and want to get on the bus with them. So that's an important way to look at it. So happy birthday to the Pisces around the world. We have Venus, the planet of love and affection, is conjunct or holding hands. Mercury, the planet of communication, is sitting in Pisces at the moment. So this will affect all the water signs, which is Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio, and the opposite sign of Virgo. It will wash over to the remaining 8 signs. No matter what your star sign is, if you're looking for love, then maybe you need to be going to places where there's a lot of people, there's a lot of activity, where people are communicating or singing hymns or, reciting plays or something like that, where there's a real buzz of communication around, because Venus is sort of saying, let's step out of our comfort zone a little bit here. Let's get out into some territories that we might not normally go to, or, we've thought about but we haven't done yet. So let's get out amongst the people, and particularly where people are happy and joyful and, sort of want to be there. And that's why I mentioned churches, because, a lot of times people go to church because of the fellowship. They go there because they feel secure, they feel happy, they feel it's an uplifting and a spiritual experience for them. So what better place to sort of go if you want to be around uplifting, spiritual, happy sort of people than going to a church service, or going to a spiritualist church, or going to something that is like your religion. For some people that's going to a rock concert, and that's fine. We all have different ways that we want to celebrate things, or be in the moment, or be in a creative sort of environment where we might meet somebody that becomes, the love of our life, a like-minded soul, somebody that has very similar interests. So as I said before, Pisces, you can breathe a sigh of relief now. Neptune and Saturn have moved into Aries. They're going to be there for a long time. So it's going to be a really difficult time as Aries people really start to adjust to Neptune asking them to be creative, but also Neptune sort of taking them into a bit of a fog and sort of taking them down a dark tunnel where they may not necessarily have all the answers yet. They can feel the weight of it. They can feel the intensity of Saturn saying, take your time, don't be in too much of a hurry. And that's not natural to an Aries. An Aries likes to sort of think about it, do it, let's happen. It's got to happen yesterday. They don't like to put a lot of planning into it, because to them, planning sort of makes you second guess yourself, and that's when you make mistakes. And I quite agree with that. A lot of Aries people that I've known throughout the years function better on that ability to think on their feet, to sort of make it, as something comes into their mind, they act on it, they do it, and they're usually very successful. When they dilly-dally and think about it too much and put too much planning into it, they tend to overthink it, and quite often then water it down or make a mistake or don't get the result that they were desired, because they put too much effort into trying to make sure it was perfect instead of just going with what their instincts were. So it's going to be really incredibly difficult for them at the moment, where they sort of feel like they're walking around in a fog, can't find the answers, can't find that on switch, that spark to get going. And then Saturn comes along and says, slow down, take your time, there's no hurry, we've got plenty of time. And it sort of goes against the grain of the Aries person. This is also going to be affecting other fire signs, which is Leo, Sagittarius, and the opposite sign of Libra, but it'll wash over the remaining 8 signs. It's going to be, a long time in this energy. It's not just going to be a few weeks. It's going to be at least 12 months. So you're going to have to get used to it and work with the energy, because that's what's actually happening. We now move on to Jupiter. Now, Jupiter's been in Cancer now for quite some time, but it's been retrograde, and it will be until the 10th of March. Now, retrograde Jupiter means that, yes, there's opportunities for expansion and opportunity, but it feels like as if it's, on an elastic band. You sort of stretch out and then you come back again. You go to take a bold step and you get pulled back again. And it's like, just be aware of this, be aware of the opportunities are there. They may be not quite as ripe yet as you'd like them to be, but it doesn't mean don't step out. It doesn't mean don't start something. It doesn't mean don't try and, extend your boundaries, because you need to be able to do that. After the 10th of March, we'll start to see those restrictions will start to pull away. The feeling of the retrograde energy will change, and we'll start to, fire up and get into sort of full steam ahead mode. Cancer Jupiter will be in Cancer until June 26th this year. So it's really important that we sort of work with this energy. And this is particularly for the water signs, which is Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces, and the opposite sign of Capricorn. So just be aware of that. It will wash over the remaining 8 signs. Look, being a Sagittarius and being ruled by Jupiter, I've been very aware of how this Jupiter energy has been affecting some of the fire signs, particularly in this last 12 months. They sort of get a little bit of a go on, and then all of a sudden it comes to a dead standstill, and then it's like, what next? Like I put all this energy, all this effort into it. Now I'm exhausted. Well, maybe that's the plan. Have a little rest, get ready for when things start to fire up. And I think that's a good message for all the remaining 8 signs. If you feel as if you've been a little bit stuck, you get a little bit of a go on, and then it comes to a dead stop. Take that time to give yourself a little bit of a rest, or diversify your energy and look at another project, or watch a movie, or go to the park, or, have a coffee with a friend. Like take this time, because once Jupiter starts to go forward again in less than a month's time, we're all going to be sort of frantic. We're going to be running around. There's going to be lots of energy expended, and we need to sort of build it up a little bit to sort of have a bit in the reserve tank. Finally, I want to talk about Uranus. Now, Uranus has been in Taurus now for a very, very long time, but it will be coming out of there in April. So it's like the last few months here of Uranus in Taurus is going to seem really severe, and it's going to seem very difficult in some ways, because Uranus has got very little time now to finish off the lessons that he wanted to deliver to Tauruses particularly, but all the other earth signs as well, Virgo, Capricorn, and the opposite sign of Scorpio. So he's going to sort of be like wielding a big stick. Things could happen out of nowhere. Things could happen suddenly. You could suddenly have to change your plans because all of a sudden Uranus says that's the wrong path, or this is not the way I want you to go. Or, maybe you've been too stuck for too long, and this is the final push to get you out of the mud and get you onto terra firma so that you can start to sort of make some progress. Whatever the case may be, don't ignore things. If you've had a feeling you've got to make changes, or you've had situations come up around you where it's indicating you need to make change, this is not the time to stick your hooves in the mud and say, I'm not doing this. Because if you do that, let me assure you, Uranus will come along like a bolt of lightning and will take you out of there, and maybe not in the way that you wanted. You had the opportunity to do it willingly. If Uranus has to do it for you, it will be sudden, deliberate, and definite, and it may not necessarily be pleasant. It'll be something that, you weren't expecting, but we need to get you on the right path. So you've got very little time if you've been ignoring things or trying to sort of turn a blind eye and say that doesn't apply to me, but deep down in your heart it does. Now's the time to take action. You don't want Uranus to take it for you. We're going to talk with Sheila in Columbus in Ohio. Are you there, Sheila?
I am. How are you?
Very well, thank you, sweetie. Do you have a question I can answer for you, Sheila?
I guess my general question, probably you hear this a lot, is pertaining to love. I'm a widow, and I've been a widow for almost 7 years. And I have a lot of great friends, a lot of great family, but I have just not found my person again. So
yeah, look, I can understand that. I can relate to that, Sheila. Being widowed is a very exclusive club, and we don't want any more members. I was that way many, many, many years ago. And I think it takes you time to be able to reignite who you are, after you've had such a terrible loss. And, just because you're widowed doesn't mean that you don't love your former husband. You still do, but there's, he's not here. You're ready to sort of move on and expand your life out again and feel complete, to feel whole again. Now, it's lovely that you've got great family and friends around you, but that doesn't sort of keep you warm at night, does it? I mean, it's not that special someone that you can confide in and talk to. Yeah, and they're the things that people don't sort of understand, that, they think, oh, well, maybe it's not the right time for it to meet somebody. And some people think we should never repartner again after a tragedy like that. I disagree with that. I don't believe we're designed to walk around in ones, and I don't believe our former partners would want that for us either. They want you to be happy. I mean, that's something that, it's pretty universal, that when somebody passes away, they don't want the person they've left behind to be crying in the tissues all the time. They want you to get on and rebuild your life. Now, having said that, I do feel that there is someone special coming into your life. They showed me a man with dark hair. Now, I was hesitant to sort of talk about this because there was a sort of a familiar feel here. Now, when I say familiar, doesn't necessarily mean somebody you dated in high school or anything like that. But this person reminds me of somebody. I'm not sure that you've ever met them before, but it's like, wow, when you meet them, you think, gee, they're like so-and-so. Gee, I can't get over how their mannerisms are like, and it may be very similar mannerisms to your late husband. And there's nothing wrong with that either. Don't let people say to you that you should have somebody completely different. You don't have to have somebody completely different. You can have somebody in your life that has wonderful qualities like your late husband did, and they were one of the reasons why you loved him, or some of the reasons why you loved him, are part of the package. And to have somebody come in your life that brings those qualities back again is not a bad thing. Yes, they'll have their own individual personality and they'll have different ways of doing things, but if they have some qualities that you really admired in your late husband, I don't see anything wrong with that. And that's why I think this man felt familiar to me, was that the fact that there were so many things that you could go tick, 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 and you're sort of questioning then, am I just trying to replace my former husband, or am I truly falling for this man for his own right? And I'm going to say the second part of what I just said is true. You're falling for him for his virtues and his qualities in his own right. He's funny. He's got an unusual sense of humour. And a lot of people may not necessarily understand it or have to think about it. And then they go, oh, yeah, and then they burst out laughing, But it's sort of, he likes to do that. He likes to keep people guessing a little bit, keep them on their toes a little bit. An incredibly decent man. He's been so well brought up. I'm big on manners, and this man has impeccable manners, and I like that in a person. And the fact that when the two of you do meet, and it's unusual because you're not going to meet through family or friends, you're not going to meet him on a dating app or anything like that. It's going to be one of those random things, like you're down at the market buying a bunch of bananas and you drop something on the floor and he picks it up for you, and that's how it starts. It'll be something random, something unexpected like that, and and you sort of get chatting, and he sort of says, well, would you like to go for a coffee? And you think, well, I've got these, things I'm going to put in the car. And that's where it starts. And it's just sort of like, it's interesting because once you get to know him a little bit more, you'll realise the two of you have lived in the same area and done similar things for many, many years. It's just been ironical that your paths haven't crossed previously. And he's been on his own for some time. It's interesting because the way he dresses is not anything out of the ordinary. You wouldn't look at him and say, oh, gee, that's a, expensive outfit or expensive shirt or whatever. Right. Just sort of like something he's bought at the department store. And yet once you get to know him, he's actually quite well off. But he doesn't let people know that. He's not a show-off in any way, just drives an average sort of car and lives in an average sort of house and, does average sort of things. And that's the way he likes to keep it. I do believe he's self-employed and, not everybody that's self-employed's got $1 million in the bank either, but he's just a decent human being that sort of does a lot of things in the community, but he does it in a quiet way. He's not looking for any recognition. If he goes down and sort of, coaches the little league team, he does it because he loves it, not because he wants anything back from that. Do you know what I mean? He's just a very decent sort of man. I know the two of you are going to be very, very happy, and he makes you smile again and he makes you laugh. Look, there'll always be somebody that'll have something to say that says, oh, no, your husband wouldn't approve of him. Take no notice of those soothsayers and their negative comments. If it feels right to you and he makes you happy and he makes you smile, that's all that matters. And just know that your husband's watching down from above and he will give him the tick of approval, let me assure you. He won't let anybody into your life that he doesn't approve of. He was a little bit on the protective side in that way. He's always had a watchful eye on you. And he's still watching over you, let me assure you. So nobody could get close to you that he wouldn't give the tick of approval to. So, other people don't sort of understand what it's like to be widowed. Like you didn't suddenly lose half of your brain. You didn't suddenly not be able to make decisions just because your husband passed away. But, there comes a time when you're ready to share your life with someone again. And I think that's wonderful.
Yeah.
And he's really nice, Sheila. He's a lovely, lovely man with hazily brown eyes, a cheeky smile, and he's going to treat you like a princess.
Thank you. Do you see this happening, I don't know, in the next 6 months?
About April on. They showed me the month of April, but I didn't know that it was actually then when you were going to meet him. I felt that was sort of more from that time onwards as the weather's starting to warm up and you're getting out a bit more. But as I said, it's something random. It's not something that, you would go out and expect to maybe meet somebody. It's a random situation.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, that's where we're going to leave it, Sheila, but I wish you well. And, bring back into the show and let us know how it goes when you meet him.
I absolutely will. Thank you very much.
You're very, very welcome. We're going to talk with Eleanor in Fayetteville, North Carolina, and I know I've got that wrong, Eleanor. How can I help you tonight?
Hi, how are you today?
Thank you, Eleanor. Do you have a question I can answer for you, sweetie?
Yes, ma'am. So currently, let's see, how can I put this? My current relationship with my fellow, whose birthday is 11/27/88. We've been kind of solid. He says that he's been being pulled every which way with his job, mentally and physically, and it's taken a toll on him. But I was just wondering if we're going to get in contact again, or if it's time for me to let go what you love and hopefully they come back to you.
Yeah, it's a very, very tricky situation because he's going through a lot emotionally, physically, and every sort of way. It's sort of like he's tipped everything upside down and sideways and every other which way. And he believes by sort of pulling away from you and being honest with you is doing that out of love for you, that, he believes that he shouldn't be putting you through his turmoil. Now, look, that's very admirable, but he should have given you a choice, put it on the table and say, well, then how do you feel about this? Because, you're not feeling that you want to give this up, are you?
No, I don't. I don't want to give this up.
No, but to me, he hasn't given you that choice. Do you know what I mean? He's made the decision for you in what he believes is an act of love. And, sometimes we can confuse things like that and by not asking the other person what they want. And even if you said at the very beginning, yes, I'm all in, and you found it got too difficult and you decided to bail a bit later on, well, that would be understandable. But he hasn't even given you that opportunity. Darling, I feel he needs some sort of professional help. There's a lot of emotions there that keep bubbling up to the surface. Do you know much about his childhood? Because to me, it seemed to have been a very erratic time in his life.
Yes. I do know he had a brain surgery when he was younger. He's had a lot of operations.
Right.
Yes, I do know a lot about his childhood of, what he's told me.
Right. Well, somebody that's had surgery like that, and I'm not a medical professional, I can only sort of talk about, client, my experience with clients over the years, that sometimes does affect their emotional way of looking at things or their way of logical rationing, that where you and I would have a different way of putting something into logic and sort of executing it, he may not have those same skills or those same capabilities. And maybe, just maybe, and this is a long shot, maybe he's worried because maybe he hasn't been feeling as well physically as what he should and hasn't bothered or hasn't gone to a doctor yet to find out because of, my goodness, I don't want to go back down that path again like I did in childhood with all these different operations, sort of. I can understand from his point of view, but again, I come back to he should have asked you. He should have included you in the decision, not just made it for you out of what he sees as love. At this point, I don't see him coming back, but that's just at this moment, as we talk at this moment. If you can be patient and hang on till around May or June this year, I feel that there's a slight window, a slight chance then of him reaching back out and telling you what's gone on in the months leading up to that. Now, I know it's a hard thing to sort of hang on to a thread of hope when nothing's concrete coming towards you, but you truly love this man, and I think, you know, if you can do that but still at the same time get on with your own life and keep yourself busy and try and keep yourself positive, I think that's the best suggestion I can make to you, because I know he truly still loves you, and he believes he's done this because he loves you so much that he doesn't want to put you through what could be ahead of him. And I think I don't, again, I want to say again, I'm not a doctor, but on an energetic level, what I'm picking up is, I'm not saying he's not having some symptoms, but I'm saying I don't think that they're anything like what he experienced before. To me, this is something that can be easily monitored, controlled, and sorted. You know, I don't even see an operation. I see, yes, doctors and medications, but I think it can be sorted and bring him some sort of stability back into his life. And, you know, but he's got to go through this. He's got to do it himself. You can't force him to go to a doctor. You know, he's going to turn around and tell you to mind your own business and get quite aggressive and quite angry with you if you try and reach out, because he's made this decision to protect you. And all as I can suggest is, every time he comes into your mind, just keep sending him unconditional love. Nothing else. Don't question, why haven't I heard from you, or I miss you, or anything like that. Just keep sending love, because he will pick up on that energy, and that will keep him strong, and that will make him then sort of do the things that he needs to do to look after himself. But, you know, I do believe that there is a slight health condition here that he needs to address, but it's a fear thing at the moment of, what if it's something bad? And I don't believe it is.
Okay.
I believe it's something that can be managed. So please, sweetie, just keep strong, keep hanging in there. You know, if you have a bout of tears, have a bout of tears and release the emotion, and then, you know, wipe your face and wash your face and get on with the day. And, you know, but just keep sending him positive energy. I do believe the two of you will come back together again, but it's going to be a tricky situation, and you're always going to have to be aware of his emotions are not what we'd call quite stable, like someone else that hasn't been through the trauma that he's been through. So you're going to have to always be more considerate than you'd normally have to be.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome, sweetie, but just keep strong, sweetheart. It's all going to happen. So that's where we're going to leave, Eleanor. And we've got, you know, it's a really interesting time. There's so many people around the world that are facing so many different things, and it's always very, very tricky when it's matters of the heart and somebody that we love. Anyway, we're going to shift gears now. This week, I'm going to leave you with a song that might surprise a few people, because here in Australia, we have lots of amazing bands and singers and whatever, as you do all around the world. But here in Australia, we have a couple of favourites that we sort of turn around and talk about, our unofficial national anthems. One was John Farnham and You're the Voice. And the other one that springs to mind, which a lot of people associate with, is one of our unofficial national anthems here, and it's actually just ticked over 50 years ago and 2 days that this song was released here in Australia, and it's the one and only, and this is for my producer, AC/DC, and it's A Long Way to the Top If You Want to Rock and Roll. So I think it's an amazing song. It's full of amazing energy, and, you know, we have streets named after the band here and everything like that. But it's one of those songs that there isn't a party, a gathering or whatever here in Australia where this song doesn't go on the turntable and everybody sings. Not everybody knows the words, but everybody bops along and knows the song. And, you know, and we just love, and we're very proud of the fact that, you know, we have some great rock and roll bands here, and we've been able to share them with the world. And Bon Scott's been gone for many, many years now, but people still talk about him as if he's still here, and his wild antics and all that sort of stuff. So it's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll. Until next week, enjoy AC/DC.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Energy Intuition Transformation with Sue Williams. Live from holistic-health.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Energy Intuition Transformation on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, beautiful souls, and welcome to this week's episode of Energy Intuition Transformation. Now, I'm Sue Williams, the Spirit Psychic, and I'm so grateful to have you here today. And just before we begin, I want to acknowledge something that many people are feeling right now. Now, across the world, there is a sense of upheaval, uncertainty, and rapid change. There are questions about safety, stability, and what the future might hold. And at this time, many sensitive and intuitive people are feeling this very deeply, sometimes even physically in the body. Now, you may be noticing waves of worry, restlessness, or simply a feeling that the ground beneath you is shifting. And when that collective energy becomes unsettled, it's natural for the nervous system to tighten, to question, to wonder where things are heading. But today's message from Spirit comes as a powerful reassurance, a reminder that even when the world feels uncertain, there is a deeper intelligence at work. And this is an intelligence that sees further than we can, an intelligence that supports our growth even through change. And change is the one constant in our lives. And this week's Oracle card brings that message forward beautifully. And when I chose it, I thought, oh, this is going to be the perfect card for this week's segment. So let me share it with you. And firstly, it comes from this funny little deck. You probably won't be able to see it very clearly, but it's the Fortune Teller Oracle cards deck. And the card I chose, or was chosen for me to share with you today, is the universe is conspiring in your favor. And of course, on the card is the all-seeing eye. So take a moment to let that settle in. Not against you, not indifferent to you. This is what the universe is telling us. But the universe is conspiring in your favor. Might not seem that way at the moment, but trust that this is happening. And of course, the all-seeing eye represents higher awareness, the perspective of spirit, of soul, of universal intelligence that can see the bigger picture when we can't. So when we're in the middle of uncertainty, it's easy to believe that everything is falling apart. But often what feels like chaos at ground level is actually reorganization at a much higher level. So this card reminds us that there is a greater orchestration unfolding, one that is quietly guiding us towards alignment, growth, and deeper truth. Even when we don't yet understand how, we just have to trust in the process. And when the world feels unsteady, well, yeah, many people are asking, am I safe? Where is the world heading? What will the future look like? Now, these are valid questions, and it's important to honour the feelings that arise without becoming overwhelmed by them. Not good to hold them in. And when global energy is intense, our nervous systems can move into survival mode. That's the first thing that humans tend to do. We may feel hyper-aware, anxious, emotionally drained. It can feel difficult to trust that things will work out. But this card invites us to zoom out just a little. Imagine looking at your life from above, as though through that all-seeing eye. From that perspective, you might see how past challenges eventually lead to growth, how unexpected turns brought new opportunities, how moments that once felt uncertain later revealed their purpose, and the same is true now. Even when events seem chaotic, there are deeper currents of transformation moving beneath the surface. Absolutely, old systems are shifting. There's a new awareness and it's emerging now. And each of us is being guided to find our own inner stability within this changing world. So why don't we now do a brief meditation, which is all about trusting the greater view. And let's take a few moments to step out of fear and into trust. So before we begin, remember, please do not listen to this meditation while driving or operating machinery. And if you need your full concentration at this time, please listen with your eyes open and return to the experience this meditation will give you when you watch the replay. So if you're able to do so, gently close your eyes. And as we always begin, take a slow, steady breath in and release it slowly and softly. Allow your shoulders to drop. Release that tension. Let your jaw relax and let your breath become natural and easy. Now, imagine a soft light above your head, a calm, intelligent presence. This is the energy of universal awareness, the all-seeing eye that watches over your journey with compassion and clarity. And with each breath, feel a gentle beam of light moving down from above, surrounding you in a cocoon of calm. You are safe in this moment, in this cocoon, and you are held in this moment. Now imagine stepping slightly outside your current worries, as if you can view your life from a higher vantage point. From here, you can see the path behind you and the path gently unfolding ahead. You don't need to know every detail. Just sense that there is movement, guidance, and support, and silently repeat this to yourself. The universe is conspiring in my favor, and I am guided even when I cannot see the full path. And I am supported in ways I may not yet understand. And let those words settle in your heart. And take one more deep breath. And as you exhale, return to your normal awareness. And if your eyes are closed, when you are ready, just gently open them and you have returned. So trust doesn't mean ignoring reality. Trusting the universe doesn't mean pretending everything is perfect. It doesn't mean ignoring real-world challenges or bypassing emotions. It means holding two truths at once. Yes, the world may feel uncertain, and yes, there is still a deeper, more wonderful order unfolding. And when we anchor into that deeper trust, we become steadier. We make clearer decisions. We respond rather than react. We begin to see possibilities instead of only problems. The all-seeing eye reminds us that our perspective is limited, but Spirit's perspective is not. It's infinite. And you may not be able to see how everything will unfold, but you can choose how you meet each moment, each challenge through every day. Now you can meet it with fear or with quiet trust that everything will work out in the end. And of course, we can see lessons from the animal world. One of the most beautiful examples of trust comes from the animal kingdom. Animals do not spend their days worrying about the future. They respond to what is in front of them. They trust their instincts. They move with the rhythm of life. Even in uncertain environments, animals find ways to adapt and remain present. They don't lose themselves in imagined futures. They stay connected to what is real now. And when we observe animals, our own companions or wildlife, we are reminded to return to this grounded state, to focus on what we can do today, to care for ourselves and for those around us, to stay connected to the natural flow of life. Their calm presence helps regulate our own, and how wonderful is that? So may I offer some support for your journey through these tumultuous times. If you've been feeling uncertain or overwhelmed lately, know that you don't have to navigate these feelings alone. Sometimes it helps to talk things through, to gain clarity, to reconnect with your own intuitive guidance and inner stability. Through my Spirit Talk journeys, holistic animal wellness sessions, and of course, quantum journeys, hypnosis, whoa, that's amazing. I support people in gently uncovering the deeper messages beneath their current experiences and reconnecting with their own sense of direction and trust. Things just become clear and you're able to move forward. Now you can learn more about all these holistic modalities by visiting my website, holistic-health.au. That's where you'll find links to each of my offerings, and there's also a contact form if you would like to reach out and get in touch. Even if you send me a message and we can communicate backwards and forwards, and I can guide you into what sort of modalities would be the best for you at this time. And of course, we include your animals as well. We can do all sorts of holistic readings, treatments, energy work, and so on for your animals. And also the link, the connection between you and your animals, past or present, we can do that in one of our sessions, the perfect one for you and that beautiful animal. So, of course, go to the website, holistic-health.au, and that's where you'll be able to contact me through that form, and I would love to hear from you. And remember, sometimes just reaching out is the first step back into alignment. So, with my closing message today, the all-seeing eye, the universe conspiring in your favor. This is not a promise that life will always be easy, but it is a reminder that your journey is not random. You are not forgotten. And even in times of global change, there is a deeper intelligence supporting your growth and guiding your path. So this week, whenever you feel uncertainty rising, I want you to remember to pause for a moment, breathe, and remember, you are being guided. You are being supported, and there is more working for you than you can currently see. So thank you for joining me for this week's episode of Energy, Intuition, Transformation. And until next time, have a blessed week. Stay grounded, stay open, and trust that the universe is quietly and powerfully conspiring in your favor. Bye for now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Soul Seed, divine guidance and spiritual mediumship with Lisa Thurgate Marks. Lisa Thurgate Marks. Live from LisaThurgateMarks.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Soul Seed, divine guidance and spiritual mediumship on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, good afternoon, everybody. Lisa T coming to you from the Gold Coast in Australia. Here we are, we're in the eclipse, Mercury retrograde today. It's all about communication. What's your thoughts? Really talk to yourself. Listen to what comes to you. Don't try and reinvent what is being said. This is your chance now to let go of all that doesn't serve you, all those limiting beliefs, anything that is holding you back from being the most truest version of yourself. And that is not what other people want you to be. It is what you want to be. Mercury is a communication planet. And in saying that, really, please, I ask everybody to really watch your words. But know that this is, it's a reset. It's when we feel what we want and not look for outside of influence, looking and asking for other people's advice, and just honouring, slowing down and honouring our soul, you will find that the reset, if you just slow down and be, will allow you to either, as I say, slow down and be more creative. It might be about amping up things. Trust what is going on. Accept that things are going to work out for you. With these incredible eclipses, we've got the blood moon coming on. Just know that everything is going to be for your highest purpose. It is working out for you. Please trust. Trust your soul, trust your gut, trust your feelings. Go with the flow. I know it is Mercury in retrograde, and it's communication to self, but it's communication everywhere. It's also communication with spirit. Please, I ask you, just go with the flow. I have a calling coming through. How are you going? To Ava?
Yes, hello.
Oh, Eva, sorry. How are you going?
Oh, it's going very well. I just had some questions about my acting career and the direction I'm choosing with it.
So we're looking at your career?
Yeah, I'm an actress.
Do you do also like just live skits by yourself?
I've done films by myself, but not skits.
Films, is it? Because I could see you just by yourself, and to me it looked like a skit. So it's a film by yourself. When I look, and I'm not saying always be a one-man show or one-woman show, but I'm seeing you actually coming up as a one person, like out the front. So whether you're working solo or being the head or the major actor, does that make sense? When I look with spirit, they're putting you out in front. So I will be going with what feels right, that puts you in the spotlight. It's not like being an extra or being the understudy. This is about you overcoming through and doing exactly what you need to do for you, putting yourself forward, putting yourself out there to be seen. There is movement around wherever you're working or whatever you're working on. There is movement. So you're
It sounds
changing
like
it
the
up a little bit.
Shakespeare play that I just auditioned for.
Oh, good. So I feel, yes, well, because of that, I feel that you will get it. Keep
I hope
your
so.
thoughts and feelings, really putting it up there and out there and really picturing yourself actually in the show already. Feel yourself with that role. Imagine it, body it. And
I had another question. I'm getting ready to go to Los Angeles to visit some friends and visit a loved one who passed away. I'm wondering how that will turn out.
be mindful of the words that you speak. Sometimes how you what you're feeling doesn't come out the right way. Being mindful of your words when you go there. It's going to be a little bit tough going. Was there a bit of a disengagement with some of the family or some of these people? Because I got a bit of a separation going on here, but if you can be careful with the words you use, things will be okay. It's going to be very emotional. Sorry?
I'm agreeing with you.
Oh, good. And I'm going to say it is going to be very emotional for you. So keep that in mind.
Okay, this might be the last time I ever get to go out there, so I want to make it count.
Yes. Just keep it in mind. Actually, there's 2 more trips for you, even though you say it might be the last time you ever go out there. I actually get there's 2 more trips. So whether it's there or 2 coming up just not long after that, because I'm getting quick succession of trips. The role that you're getting, does it go for like 6 months? Anything to do with
3 months. 3 months.
3 months. Would it then go somewhere else?
No, it's going to stay in Detroit. It's Shakespeare in the Park.
Oh, beautiful. Because there's something I'm seeing here too with the 6, and there's moving around that as well. And there's 2 moves for you. Interesting. There must be another role coming out for you after this one. Another that goes for 6 months.
Well, that's very helpful. Thank you.
That's okay. Are you a good singer?
I used to be. I used to sing just like Karen Carpenter.
Oh, beautiful. Well, practice. Because I feel this next role you will be singing. Really open those vocal cords up. Practice even in the shower, doing some lymphatic drainings on your vocal cords, bringing it all down, because I feel that the next role will be, you'll be really expressing and the singing will be coming through. So exciting for you, Ava. You've got a lot to look forward to here. And I've got a man waving to you as well.
Aww.
I've got a big wave going on, so that's beautiful for you.
Thank you.
That's okay.
What does he look like? What does he look like?
I'm just getting the words jeans, so I feel, and I rub my legs, so I feel like he wore jeans more so than your jeans because he rubbed my legs.
That's my husband's name.
That's your husband?
Yes. He's in the other room.
Okay, well, this person I've got's passed away, so he might be related to somebody who in the other room then, to your husband, because this person's actually waving to me, and I got the word jeans, and I'm touching my legs.
Oh,
He's
okay.
got big ears. Like when you ask what he looked like, he's showing me his ears. They're quite pronounced. If we're going to say, you'd know me by my ears.
How ironic.
You
Well,
understand?
I thank you for the reading. And I hope
Thank you.
everyone who's ever hurting or grieving or needs a reading from you gets it before I do.
Oh, isn't that beautiful? We're sending you so much love. You actually have quite a few people in spirit, so you're very lucky. Your grandmother,
Okay.
did she wear a lot of scarves?
Yes, my Hungarian grandmother.
Oh, beautiful, because I just had to acknowledge her. I know you're in a hurry, I can tell, but she's just, wanting to be acknowledged. So I'll just pop that up. I know you didn't ask for mediumship, but they popped through, so I just have to, I don't have to, but I like to acknowledge them.
Oh, that's very sweet. And I thank Spirit for the sign in whichever way they choose to present it.
Thank you. Love and light to you, beautiful Eva, and I just know that it's going to be wonderful for you. And enjoy Shakespeare. I called my daughter after Shakespeare too, so you take care. Bye for now.
Okay, bye-bye.
I'm just going to acknowledge that when we're doing mediumship, that people will present how you knew them, whether it's in their mannerisms, or what they wore, their feelings, their personality. Spirit doesn't actually change, they stay the same. So that was beautiful that we acknowledged the grandmother and the scarves coming through then, and the man with the larger than life ears as well. Thank you for today. Please, with Mercury retrograde, don't do anything with your computers. Watch your communication. And when you are communicating with yourself, keep your spiritual words high. If you accidentally say something wrong, delete, and get on with your day. Love and light to everybody, and I'll see you all again next week. You know where I am if you'd like a reading in the meantime. Love to all, and keep those vibrations high. Bye for now.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Your Beautiful Life with Jenna Lee. Jenna Lee. Live from Facebook.com/group/JennaLee's.crystal.shop. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page. Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Your Beautiful Life on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Your Beautiful Life with Jenna Lee. I am Jenna Lee, and I'm so grateful to be here with everybody today. Whether you're tuning in live right now or you're going to be seeing this later on, I'm so grateful. Tonight's going to be a little bit different than I have done in the past. I am really personally in healing mode, and I have had a strong desire to communicate with people because not only did I go through stuff like this, I have had so many clients over the last 17 years. I've been working on this for a very long time to navigate through some of the emotions and the things that arise after you have been in any type of abuse. Now, what I have found over several years of helping people out with this is when you have had any type of abuse in a romantic relationship, it usually comes from a childhood, right? Some childhood trauma of some kind. But how can you reclaim your energy after any type of abuse? And I have actually had to go through this several times because if you have experienced it as a child, you probably, attracted that into your adult life somehow. And usually that is because we have a belief that's how it should be, or we believe deep down that's how we should be treated, or it's comfortable, that's what we know, because we were programmed with that stuff. So how can you reclaim your power and your energy to fully heal after any type of abuse, no matter how many times it was, or how often you had experienced it in life? So I want to share with you some techniques. If you've ever gone through any of this stuff, this is very useful. So one of the things I do now, a lot of this is going to be energy and spiritual healing, okay? But the first thing I always do when I'm ready to heal from any type of abuse, or I have my clients do, is to cut cords, right? Because cords of energy grow between you and the abuser, the perpetrator, whatever. So not only do cords grow, but when they are any type of abusive towards you, their energy gets stuck in your body and in your aura. So we can't just cut the cords of energy. You have to exchange that energy back. And a lot of people forget you have to exchange it back. I will have people, especially in hypnosis, visualize grabbing it and pulling it out, blowing that energy back to them. And blowing it back to them. Sorry, just got a message. And then another technique that is really important for healing after abuse is feeling safe, right? And how can you convince yourself you're safe when you have been in fight or flight for so long? So not only, again, most of these things I do during hypnosis, but if you were doing it consciously, not only can you say that affirmation, I feel safe, but also you can hum. Humming stimulates that vagus nerve that's going to start controlling the nervous system. I am telling you, I know you might not like this, but cold plunging works so well for calming the nervous system down. And if you haven't heard me say this before, one reason I got into cold plunging, I will cold plunge when it is 17 degrees outside and 34, 35, 36 degree water and sit in there. And it is because you're so afraid to get in the cold water that when you overcome that fear and you just get in anyways, you start to teach yourself how to overcome fear in everyday life, and it calms you down. It'll instantaneously calm your nervous system down. Sounds crazy, but if you're going through anything that needs healing from fight or flight, a constant fight or flight, and you can't calm down, you got that anxiety, go get your booty in some cold water and sit there for 2 minutes, okay? I promise you that works, but you have to feel safe after any type of abuse. you have to begin to love yourself at every stage. Yes, I do this through hypnosis, but if you can visualize your little girl self or your small child self, your teenage self, the you in your 20s, the you in your 30s, whatever stage of life, and go back in and give them a hug. Let them know that they are beautiful, they are worth it. You are so strong. I'm so proud of you. You can do and be anything you want to do and be, and raise them up in every stage of life. So important to love yourself, because we have to change that vibration of abuse. And I keep attracting this in, or this is how love is, or this is what I'm always going to have, to a vibration of I am worth it. I am valued. I am seen for who I am. I can feel safe in love. I can feel safe to be me. And we got to change that vibration. So frequently that's what I'm doing, is changing this vibration so that we're no longer attracting that back into our life. So then shifting the beliefs about yourself. What are your good characteristics? Do you value yourself? Why or why not? And, understanding your own self-worth. And then that helps you to identify your boundaries that you refuse to tolerate ever again. And to, to be sure of yourself. A lot of people second guess themselves. Like, I'll give you an example. I'm going to set this boundary for myself. And I've noticed this red flag and this red flag and this red flag. But then maybe I finally start to get out and date, and it's like, oh, that's a red flag. I don't like that. And then you start to think, well, was I overthinking that? Oh, my gut told me that wasn't okay, but was I overthinking that? Right. So that insurity, and then you second guess yourself and you get back in these like crappy situations. So really shifting your beliefs, understanding your value, and then just being sure of yourself and listening to your intuition and going with it. Protecting your energy from everybody else's energy, because like attracts like, and however you feel about yourself, you are going to attract that same vibration in again. So if you feel like this is all I'm ever going to get, because that's all I've ever experienced, how can I believe anything different? You're going to attract people in that normally love bomb you and then turn around and treat you like that, treat you like crap. Make you feel worthless, like whatever that deep belief is. So we gotta heal that deep inner belief. And then, one thing that I always do is ask for the truth to come to light. Ask for the truth to come to light. And whenever you're ready, the next best thing to do is forgiveness. That one's a hard one for most people. It really is, especially if it's, occurred over and over and over. But the forgiveness is not for them. It's for you to free yourself. So forgiveness is the next big huge step, but you do that one when you're ready. And then when you want to get into it a little bit more deeper on the spiritual level, what was the bigger picture for this? Were we contracted into this? Was I supposed to be learning something from this? And a lot of people want to say no, but you know what? I will tell you, when it happened to me, I knew that I was supposed to learn self-love, patience, tolerance, how to heal from it so that I could heal other people with it. Self-love mostly, right? Because I've had to grow. I've had to really find out who I was and create who I was all over again. It's just interesting when you get into the deeper aspect. What was I supposed to learn from this? Okay, I'm hoping to be able to go into this a little bit more, because there's so many good things here about this. And I work with this all the time. I myself have gone through it so many times in life, and I've had to heal from that. But right now I'm going to take a caller. Patricia, are you there?
I am.
Hi, how are you?
Hello. Hey, fine. How are you?
I'm doing great. How can I help you tonight?
Well, I was just hoping I got lucky enough to just get a reading. I don't have anything in particular, but maybe you can give me a little insight of what's coming.
Okay. Can you please tell me your full birthday so I can tune into your energy?
Sure. 12/30/1960.
Oh, you got such an overactive mind, don't you? Oh, beautiful chart. Okay, so your overactive mind, yeah. You're somebody who needs to stay busy. You probably already know that about yourself. But
Yes.
definitely need to stay busy. Are you pretty creative and crafty, or what is it that you like to do with your hands all the time to keep you busy?
Honestly, I'm not very crafty. I wish I was. Um, and mostly, I guess, I'm keeping busy on my computer working for the most part.
Okay. Yeah. This is going to be a little crazy because your energy feels a little bit stir crazy, and I believe that most of that comes from your mind because your mind is constantly going. But you might not see yourself as a creative person. However, you actually really need to have that in your life. There's something about your hands that help you to release energy. For whatever reason, you take on so much energy from other people, and it looks like your electronics that it makes your energy like stir crazy is what they're showing me. I don't know how else to word that to you. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's something with your hands that you need to be doing to release the extra energy. Are you already experiencing like a lot of like joint pain or extra joint pain lately or something similar to that?
Yeah.
Yes. That's just pent up energy. That is nothing more than pent up energy. And you've got to find, yeah, I'm like, wonderful. At least we can
I
release
mean,
it.
you
But
know, not wonderful, but at least I have a better understanding of what it is.
yeah, so there's a few different ways that we can release that. But what they're really showing me, and they just keep showing me the same image over and over and over, is like your hands staying busy. So I don't know if that is, you know, you can get into any type of crafting, if that's something that you can be doing with your hands, but with the intention that I am freeing up or releasing any of this pent up energy I'm gathering from mostly, you know, working online or talking to people or whatever it is
Yeah.
that you're doing, because you're just taking on so much. Another
Yeah.
technique I like to
Yeah.
do is, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No. I just was thinking it's pent up energy with work, and
Yeah.
work's not keeping me very busy, but I was thinking of getting an embroidery thing and working on an embroidery thing. So
Yes, please do that. So you already had that
yeah,
that intuition, I
I
guess is
did.
what I would call that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yes, I love that you're in tune with what I'm saying. Um, the
Yeah.
other thing is let's see here. You have several people around you in spirit form frequently, and there is so much love towards you. I know that there's like a grandmother figure there, but hold on. Okay, so there's like a grandmother figure there. There's like at least two females and two males there, but you have been protected. It looks like your entire life because you are a natural healer. Do you know that about yourself, that you can help people out just by talking to them and hugging them? Have you ever noticed that?
People tell me that. People tell me that, but I just lost my husband recently, so I know he's there protecting me.
Yeah, he is. Okay. Oh, I'm so sorry. How did that happen?
He passed from cancer, but it was quick.
Okay. Was he quite a bit taller with broad shoulders?
Broad shoulders. He wasn't a real tall guy, like 5'9", but
That's tall to me because I'm only 5'2".
me too. Me too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway,
There's so much
I
love
always
there.
know he's protecting me.
Yeah, and he had no
And my
problems
mom.
crossing over. If you ever wondered about that, he had no problems crossing over, none. Because the minute that he was able to I guess get free from this heavy human body, it was like freedom to him. And he was ready for that. So he had no problems crossing over. He was greeted by many people. Oh, you guys must have had several dogs or something. Did you have a dog?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh, we rescued dogs our whole entire
Oh.
43 years of marriage. We rescued dogs always.
Yeah.
Well, there
I
was a
knew
lot
they'd
of
be
them, just so
waiting
you
for
know.
him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And several just other people, even people he didn't recognize from this lifetime because, they watch over us and stuff over there. And I mean,
Yeah.
and that man has been busy exploring places that he couldn't travel or maybe he just wanted to go back to because it looks like he just took a lot of time like exploring beautiful places. So,
Yeah.
um,
That's him.
oh,
That's
he
so
must have
him.
liked to eat a lot of good food too, because he's showing me like eating good food. So,
Maybe because
um,
he lost so much weight. I'm so glad he's happy.
yeah, he's happy. He's with you a lot. He says that he's with you a lot especially when you're going to sleep at night. You'd probably most likely feel his energy right when you're going to sleep or when you're getting into bed or something similar. He's in the room a lot because that's when he has more access to, I guess, your intuition, if you will. Um, mhm. Do you drink coffee in
Yeah.
the morning
I
or
thought,
something in the kitchen?
yeah, he and I used to always have our coffees in the morning together.
Yeah. Well, he's around during that time a lot. And he's even showing me like if you haven't noticed it yet, please pay attention because he'll move the coffee mug sometime just a little bit, just slightly, because he's not strong enough in energy form yet to like really do it a lot. Or it kind of makes maybe a clinking sound, like a clinking, like how when we set our cups down. So
Oh,
those little
uh-huh.
noises. Yeah, you've noticed it?
Oh, yeah, kind of. I've been hearing noises and that's so my husband, he used to joke with me like just silly stuff all the time. So it's just
Yeah, well, it's not
so
going to go
him.
away just because he's in spirit form. He's definitely there.
He'll keep getting
Yeah.
stronger energy.
Yeah, usually they do. Uh-huh. They usually
Uh-huh.
do because it takes a while to transition from human form. It depends on the person. It's like school, some people graduate faster, some
Yeah.
people are smarter than others. And so it just depends on the person and how much time.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, they can get stronger. But there's just so much love there. And he's also just saying
There
thank
is.
you for loving me so much. Thank you for, he says that he put you through hell a few times and you've stayed with him. So yeah,
Oh,
there's just so much love. I hope you know that he's doing well and he loves you so much. And he is again
oh,
expressing
I'm so thankful to you. I just needed to hear from him.
yeah.
So
Well, I'm
thank
glad
you.
that you're able to call in. If you ever need it again, please feel free to find me, okay?
I will. I will. I thank you so very much.
You're welcome. I hope you have a great night.
You too. Thanks again.
You're welcome. Oh, you guys, I love that so much when spirit comes through so strongly and we're able to help heal a heart or just pass some of those loving moments. Okay. So I have another one from Atlanta, Georgia. Aquanda, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
How are you?
Yes.
What can I
I'm
help
well.
you
How
with
are you?
tonight? Oh, I'm great. Thank you so much for asking.
Just I don't know. Life in general. It's been crazy.
Okay. Can you please provide me with your birth date and then I can tune into your energy?
February 19th, 1974.
Oh, you just had a birthday.
Yes, I did.
Was it a good one though? Did you enjoy it?
It was pretty good, yes.
Okay. So Aquanda, I am really getting a high, hold on, they're talking to me real quick. I'm really getting like strong impressions that you are so sensitive to people's energy, so sensitive, and not just to people. Um, are you going through lots of things as far as like heightened emotions, maybe feeling drained or tired in your body, weird dreams or like intense dreams? Your appetite being off, things like that. Have you noticed any of those things?
Yes.
Okay.
So what I'm getting is that, especially right now, because you're sensitive to energy, um, the earth is really shifting right now. We're having the highest Schumann resonance, which and off the charts, which is like the earth's heartbeat. And the earth's heartbeat, let's just give an example that it used to be at 7.14, beats. It's called hertz, but now it will skyrocket anywhere between 30, 40, 50, all the way up to over 100. And you are so sensitive to this energy that it's almost throwing you completely off balance, and it feels like chaos to you. So chaos just keeps getting attracted into your life. So have you noticed almost every area of your life feeling chaotic lately?
Yes.
Yeah. Which one do you need to shift the most right now for you to feel peace?
Ooh, I don't know. It's so much.
Well, let's start with one and let's break it down so I can help you, because it just every time I look at your energy, it just feels like it looks like a tornado, number one, a tornado of chaos, but it's not you. It's you for the fact that you're so sensitive, you don't know how to balance it out, and it just keeps getting attracted to you. But if you could balance your energy and learn how to protect it, you could be more in control of these things regardless of what the world is doing.
Yes. Oh, oh my goodness. I- Just, I can't really say it's just one thing. It's everything.
Yes. So which area of life, like, because what do you do for work, for example?
I foster care.
Oh, that's got to be heavy too right now.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How is that? Is that difficult right now? Is it challenging? Is it a lot of like negative energy coming in? Like what's happening?
It it is a whole lot. Well, actually, I'm taking care of my mother, so I've been on a off and on with work.
Okay. Okay. So that one might not be the best one. Well, there it is, because there's something about your work that's really important. Are you struggling financially because of being on and off of work? Is that something that's happening?
Yes.
Okay. And what is your mother going through that you need to take care of her all the time?
She had surgery, back surgery.
Oh, dang it. That's so hard. Okay. Do you pray?
I do.
Okay. So that's something that I would do in this situation is prayer or different types of visualization. How do you want how do you want your life to go right now? How do you want your mom to feel? What do you need in order to go back to work full time? What do you need in order to feel safe and secure, especially with finances? And start visualizing if everything were to go right now and just line up so easily for you, what does that look like? What does that feel like? So I want to just kind of role play this out for you so that you know how to do this, because this is the best way I know how to shift your life and start to rebalance it no matter what's happening energetically, so you can get a little bit more control. So what do you need in order for your life? Hold on, let me rephrase that. I apologize. If everything were to go perfect right now and get into alignment, what does that look like for you as far as like your mother and work goes?
If my mother were better, I would be able to maybe go back to work and she could go home, and if she could walk and be on her own again, I could be able to get out and be myself again, because right now I can't.
So I'm going to teach you. I want you to take that one step further, please. Now imagine that it's already been done. Tell me what happened. Like if a miracle happened and it's already been done, tell me about that miracle. Like this. Like all of a sudden, my mom started to heal faster than I thought she was going to. And all of a sudden, she was able to go home and I was able to go back to work. Tell it to me like it's already happened, and tell it to me with like the excitement that you would feel.
I would be overjoyed. I would probably take a vacation.
Yeah. Yeah. So what I want you to do is practice that. Practice saying that stuff out loud, but it's almost like this amazing thing happened and you have to tell me, or you wrote it down in your journal entry like, oh my gosh, like one day my mom just started feeling better. It was like a miracle happened. And pretty quickly she was into her own place. She moved into her own place. And I was able to take a break for myself and get out and venture and be myself. And then I went back to work and I started getting paid more and I started to get that income and my life began to shift. I feel happier. I feel free. I feel like I can be me. And see what's happening is we're visualizing that. We're speaking it into existence with so much heightened emotion that we begin to get control over the situation and things begin to flow in more easily. Now, if you can do that type of work for every area of your life, I would only give it about 2 weeks before things start turning around for you, because you actually can speak things into existence. You're a very good manifester, whether you know that or not. And you're very powerful energy. So if you practice that, I promise you in about 2 weeks, things will start to shift.
Wow. Okay.
Akonda, I would love to talk to you more. I wish I could coach you more on this. Unfortunately, I have less than a minute to get off the air, and so I have to let you go so they can start the next show. But if you need any help, please find me in the future, okay? Okay. Take care.
Thank you. You too. Have a good night.
Bye. You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, everybody. Tonight was so beautiful. It was so awesome. Hey, you can find me on Facebook under Your Beautiful Life with Jenna-Lee. I'm finally getting the page up and going and actually starting to post things on there. I would love to help you if you've been through any type of abuse to reclaim your power. If you need hypnosis or readings, find me there. I hope you have a great night and I will see you next week. Bye.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot, finally returning live on February 25th, 2026. I have been away a long, long time, and I ought to explain what's been going on because it's not good. The original set of shows I missed at the end of December was because I fell on some ice and ended up in the hospital with a cracked head, but no concussion, no nothing. But the real thing, this is difficult, and this is why it's been so rough. Is a few weeks ago, my wife of 41 years died in front of me. It was horrible, and it's just wiped me out. I mean, we've been together, like I said, 41 years, and she's gone, and this has just been so painful, and it's been very difficult, and I haven't been able to concentrate. I haven't been able to talk to anybody. It's just I'm starting to come out of the worst of it now, but it still is so difficult. And we've all heard all our lives about old people. When one of them dies in a couple, the other one goes soon after. And I used to just think, well, yeah, because they're both very old, but I understand a little differently now because I have felt the grip of death around me, and it's very hard to be motivated to do anything. It's very hard to come home to an empty apartment every day, and these things are just. I can only preface this by saying I have never lost anybody in my life who was that close to me, ever. There's a lot of personal baggage there I don't want to get into about my life. Some of you know, some of you don't, but I've pretty much been on my own since the age of 11. And so that doesn't breed much closeness with a family, I'll tell you that. But Sandra and I were friends. We were business partners. We working together with her was a joy, and I learned so much from her. When I was doing screenplays, she would edit what I did before I turned it over to the producers, and she always improved everything. I had a habit, it's not a good one for a writer, but apparently common. I would write too much at the beginning and the end of each scene. It wasn't necessary. So she would just slash that out. And, she was one of the reasons I worked for so many years as a screenwriter, because I had a good reputation. And that didn't hide her. I mean, all the producers knew her. I always got the feeling that they liked her more than they liked me. But she was very elegant and witty. We were at a party one time at the not the Players Club at Gramercy Park, but the one right next door to it. The name escapes me now. The Arts of National Arts Club or something like that. And we were there, and there was a reading going on of a play I had worked on as a play doctor. I didn't write it. I was brought in to help it, and she wore something quite elegant and beautiful that everybody liked, except for one person. And I'll admit it now, it was a silver fox stole. And this woman, I mean, she did this in front of a fashion icon, by the way, Barbara Feldon, who most people think of, they'll think of Get Smart, but she had an interesting career before that and after that. And this woman came up and put her hand, pointed right in Sandra's face and said, "Do you know that you are wearing a dead animal?" And she said, "I certainly hope so." That just broke the room up. So, when we, as a lot of you know, we ran a newspaper, and the lockdowns for COVID killed our paper. You can't run a local newspaper if local businesses are shut, because those were our distribution points and things. So we decided to stop. We just stopped it, and to our shock, we realized we had been doing this a few months more than 20 years. Now that's the kind of working relationship we had. Who knew that 20 years had gone by? She was the editor-in-chief, and I was a writer and editor with her there. But the thing is, we never once had an argument about an article we wrote. Never. Not once. There would be discussions. There wouldn't even be animated discussions, which is my favorite euphemism for an argument or a fight. But no, we were so in sync at that point. If you look at my Twitter page, you'll see it's at Rev Elliott, one word, of course. You'll see right there. I'm pointing at it right now because it's right over my desk, and it's always been there, it seems. It's a courtroom drawing by the dean of courtroom sketch artists, Ida Libby Dengrove. And it shows Sandra in a courtroom defending the musician David Crosby, which got her an awful lot of media attention, but she was good at that. She could handle that. She was very good at that. And of course he sued her and she won, but the guy, we didn't talk about him much here. For years after that, whenever he was arrested someplace, the FBI and the media would call us. And she never had a bad thing to say about him. See, that's class. He sued her. He tried to destroy her career. He tried to wipe her out. And still, these media people knew that, and they wanted her to badmouth him. And she would just say, David is a very sensitive man, and blah, blah, What can I tell you? This was it's the kind of person she was. And then, 41 years is a long time, but it seems so brief now. Well, I had a lot to do to get myself together. I'll tell you that. It was not good, shall we say. So that's why I wasn't here. This happened. She died the day after my birthday, and it's like I said, it was horrible. It was just it's the worst time of my life, and a lot of people who were very close to us abandoned us years ago. Once we no longer had the newspaper, apparently they didn't care anymore. So you know who came to my help, and you know who has been so wonderful were the people at Ask One Radio, not just the production people, but listeners who contacted me. Hey, Elliot, what's wrong? That kind of thing. And I would tell them. There was a couple of people in particular who have become really good friends. And the prayers and the good vibes I got, this stuff, believe me, it got me through, at least to this point. And I don't want to dwell on this, but I do feel as though I owed you an explanation. I must be nervous. I keep shuffling the cards. I haven't done this since sometime in, I think, November or December of last year. I haven't been with you. Well, I'm here now. Slowly and surely getting back to work. I designed a couple of ads for some new books. And of course, every time I look at an ad I do now, I realize that I ran every one of these. You've seen some of my ads. I have them all at Twitter and places like that. But I ran them all by Sandra, whose dictum was cut the text. Too much. I look back at some of the things that I wrote before I had her run through them, and they're horrific. I mean, who wants to look at a small ad with 200 words in it? So, I've boiled things down to their essence now. I'm a better person because of my time with Sandra. At least I hope. I mean, that's the kind of thing that really is left for other people to decide. But I do believe that we both improved each other's lives. And the funny thing is, and this may be too much information, I don't know. Romantically speaking, I have a knack for being able to walk into a crowded room and be attracted to the one person who's going to destroy my life. I can do that quite simply. I mean, I joke about it, but a lot of you know that I had a marriage before Sandra, and that lasted 1 year, 4 months, and 10 days. But who's counting, right? Sandra, actually, she did my divorce for that. It's the joys of marrying an attorney, right? But the thing is, it feels as if that was my whole life. I mean, there's no denying that we were a part of each other's existence. She was there for the opening night of the show that I did that ran in Atlantic City successfully. That one project was the source of all the work I got after that. See, you never know where it's going to come from. You never do know. You do. I knew a guy who once gave me some advice when I was a little down about something, and he said, "You never know where your Russian journal is going to come from." And I said, "That sounds like very profound advice. What the hell does it mean?" And he told me. He's an interesting guy. He was a marketing executive who had also been a minor league baseball player. A wonderful guy. I went to a party years ago that my literary agent was giving, and he was there. It was so much fun to do that. Well, here's the story, and this is something worth keeping in mind. And this is one of the reasons I developed my core philosophy of never making any plans, because the universe doesn't care about our plans. There was a guy he knew. He had been, this person had been in publishing. And there was a gentleman whose name I never did find out, who spent an awful lot of time and money translating and republishing in the United States under license from the Soviet Union, the Russian scientific journal. And everybody laughed at him. They thought he was such a dope for doing that. He didn't have any business sense at all. Who cares about the Russian scientific journal? You know, it was just a stupid thing for him to do, was the consensus in the publishing world. And then the Russians launched Sputnik, the first man-made artificial satellite. And suddenly, the Russian scientific journal in English became the hottest ticket in town. And he cleaned up. But you see, he didn't expect to clean up. He probably thought that everyone was right, that he was a fool. But he knew what he was doing. You know, you get a calling and you do it and it works out. This is what happened, for instance, with Sandra and me when we started a local newspaper. What are you people, crazy? Haven't you heard of this thing called the internet? And you're publishing a black and white newspaper on newsprint? You people are nuts. Well, you know, it got to the point where we had elected officials begging for our help. And let me tell you, we drove a hard we. Do I seem like the hard bargain type? No, that was her. She used to do, like a lot of lawyers, she used to do arbitrations when people couldn't settle something, and she had a unique way of doing it. She'd sit the two parties down in the room and say to them, we're going to resolve this today, one way or the other. If you can't work out something that is agreeable to both of you, I'm going to decide for you, and neither one of you is going to like it. Well, that put the fear of the Lord in them, and they would decide. She was famous for that, for the way she resolved arbitrations in legal circles. Maybe next time I'll tell you a little funny story about going to a party with all kinds of Upper West Side liberal chic attorneys. Something very funny happened. I'll save that for next week. See, I'm showing that I'm coming back. My throat's a little raw. Now, it's not crying because I didn't do very much of that. It just, I put up on Twitter a recording of her favorite record, her favorite song. And then the floodgates burst. Man, did I break down or what, you know? But this is the way of the world, isn't it? We come, we go, you know. Doesn't mean we have to like it. That's for sure. So I'm actually, you know, sitting in a nice big apartment for New York, by New York standards. And it seems so bloody empty. Just so wrong. Just so empty. Anyway, I'll be releasing some new books in the coming weeks because it keeps me busy. I know quite a few people have been buying the 10 Lost Books of the Prophets, which I reprinted in their original form, except larger, because they're very small books. You know. Well, that took me a year to restore, and I don't want to go through that again. I don't. But if, you know, take a look at mojoacademy.org and you'll see what the books are. You know, that's and I mention that because she had a hand in all of that too. My favorite book, if you want to look at this, it's completely, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not serious at all. It's got nothing to do with occult. It's got nothing to do with religion. It's got nothing to do with profound wisdom of the universe. It's a compilation of raunchy bar napkins, bev naps, as we in the drinking industry called it, bev naps. Just ribbled, funny bar naps. And I suggested some years ago to Sandra that might make a good book. Just a picture book, really. Write an introduction to it and let it see where it goes. And she not only took that to heart, but she designed it. The last thing I know is color schemes. So if you want to see her work, to see what is almost purely her work, I believe all I did for that one was write the introduction, which of course she edited. So we wrote the introduction, and together we selected the bev naps. So take a look at that. It's called Naughty Bawdy Bar Napkins, and you can find that at eBay at our store, and you can find it at lulu.com. The advantage to getting something from eBay is that you can make an offer, and I'll consider every offer, so you'll get a bargain maybe. But I'll put a link up to that at some point. But it's at some point. You see how I'm thinking these days. I'll do that as soon as I'm out of here tonight. In the old Occulto studio or whatever we call it here. I almost didn't make it on the air tonight here, or on, I don't know it's not on the air. It's not on the cable. And what is it? On the web, I guess, right? I almost didn't make it because my camera wouldn't work. It just didn't function. I checked all the connections. I did everything I could. And then I remembered my years of working in a camera store where I was one of the camera pros, but which means I knew how to change a roll of film. I left a lens cap on the camera. You see how inexperienced I've become. It's screwy, but I'm trying to adjust to life now as an elderly widower. And people have been very nice to me, So there's that, I know that there are people who despised Sandra because of the havoc she brought by forcing justice upon local government. Yeah, and I know that if you try to reform government, you're going to make enemies, because reforming government tends to mean cutting off an income stream. And that's what happened. There were people illicitly charging money for services that were part of their job. And we put the kibosh on that, So she was fearless. That's the whole point. She never lost a trial, either when she was a prosecutor or a defender. This is a shrewd person there. She she got out of the lawyer business and became a professor at the famous place here in New York called the New School, where she taught cinema studies classes. How is a person like that not going to help me if I'm selling screenplays? Together, we sold 6 screenplays and worked on a bunch of, ethically, I'm not allowed to say what they were, but they were plays written by other people. That's, and anybody can write a screenplay, but it's just not, I would sell them, I wouldn't start writing until I got paid. So it was a profession for me. It wasn't this pipe dream, that's for sure. I mean, I seriously don't think that anybody who wants to have a dream job would consider screenwriting it. If you want to be a writer, go be a playwright, which, I did that too. I almost made it to Broadway, and the key word is almost. I'll explain how that got killed off at the last minute, but, most projects fail. But the thing about Broadway is that the writer is God. The writer is king. They can't screw around with what you wrote at all. It's demanding, but it is, Peter Stone, who's a wonderful playwright, who was a late playwright, who also was a screenwriter, he wrote movies like The Taking of Pelham 1, 2, 3, the original one, not the 2 remakes. A lot of people don't even know there were 2 remakes. Yeah, he once said about the theater, you can't make a living in it, but you can make a killing. And that's the way it was. But if you want to make money for things that go nowhere, become a professional screenwriter. It's not the most rewarding job on the planet. I much prefer books. Here's this one just came in. This is a new book, a very slim book, so it's not going to be charging. I'm not charging much for it, but it's about fortune telling traditions, and that kept me busy for the last few weeks. Kept me from cracking up. It's for sale now, but I'm going to lower the price. I think I overcharged for that one. It's I'll knock it down a couple of bucks, but it's a decent little book, and that I prefer because I control it. And the newspaper writing was glorious because we only had to answer to ourselves. I couldn't even begin to list the vulgarities that this little 5'3" woman, 98 pounds, used to discharge at politicians who were trying to manipulate her. Oh, man. Talk about a stream of Billingsgate. Hey, there you go. That was it. So I don't want to ramble. And this is the first time I'm talking to somebody about this, and that's you, because I honor you as the audience, the people who have asked me for help, came through when I needed help. And I'm so happy to know you, and I'm so honored to be working with Dave and Connie at Ask One Radio. These are good people. That one you can take to the bank. And they've been so kind and patient and understanding. And it's time to kind of start beginning the next phase of my life. That's well, anyway, what I was saying was I can walk into a room and be immediately attracted to the one woman who's going to destroy my life. Well, see, with Sandra, things were different. She came up to me and introduced herself. She saw something in me, so who am I to argue, right? I figured, well, when I pick the person, it becomes disaster. Let's see what happens if I allow the person to pick me. And that went on for 41 years. So you see, there's something there, isn't there? Anyway, that's it. Why don't we get a few readings in? I haven't done that in quite a while. I deliberately didn't do any readings for anybody while I was in this funk. And you can understand why. So I'm going to go to a call first. Of course, I'm going to ring the bell 3 times to declare sacred space. And then, of course, to celebrate my return, Kelly in Cape Coral, Florida is first. Hi, Kelly. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello. I am so honored to be your first guest back, and I am so sorry for what you have gone through. I truly am.
I appreciate your kindness. So let's see how you're doing. I just spent a half hour talking about me. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I've had a lot of changes in my life recently, and my confidence was really low because of the changes, and but I feel like
You don't like
I'm
change.
catching on more. I don't like change. No, I like to control things,
No.
and a lot of things were taken out of my control.
Oh yeah, I know.
It's
I'm
really
with you there. I despise change. I don't like change. I like things the way they are, so to speak. Now I don't know what that means, but we have no control over that. I threw my oars overboard many years ago, and that's what I was talking about, not planning anything. And your plans don't work anyway. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
I found it. You see, what is the one thing people say when they say keep your eye on the prize? And I don't buy that, because then you're going to miss many other opportunities. The hell with the
Right.
prize. Just do what you need to do. But the worst kind of change to me is the one that's forced on us. Circumstances. Well, and in little things, like I have, my phones are all rotary phones. So, I bought a gadget that lets me use a touch tone through the phone. I don't like changing my phones, except for the cell phone. Of course, nobody makes a rotary cell phone, right? So,
That would be
yeah.
interesting.
And that's an interesting thing about tarot, is because we can see change coming. At the end of 2019, I had so many cards for people who called in that indicated the beginning of a new phase in life. And it was ridiculous. And I said, something's happening here. I don't know what it is. Well, of course, by March of 2020, it was the pandemic, and that changed an awful lot of lives. So,
Right.
sometimes there's nothing we can do about it. There was a guy who worked for the Hearst Corporation in the 1920s. I don't remember his name. I think something wants to say Arthur Brisbane, but I don't know if that was he. And besides, it's such a recondite thing. Who cares about the name of a guy who worked for Hearst back then? But he did say, when he was asked by an interviewer, what is life? What is life all about? And he said, life is just one damn thing after another. How you can argue with that, right? So tarot cards, to me, give us a little bit of a leg up on that. So what would you like to look at in the cards?
So I have an important meeting next Tuesday. I'll give you a little bit of a backstory. I'm a recovering addict. I am also a convicted felon, and I was allowed to go into the juvenile detention center to do a Bible study for some girls ages 14 to 21. Anyways, I wound up getting out of that program. I'm trying to get back into the program to mentor these girls. And I have a meeting on Tuesday, and I just want to know if you see it going well or not. I've been waiting since November for this meeting.
Fair enough. Let's see. It's a good question. Let's see what the cards show. Because, people don't realize how reading tarot was so common ages ago, but we still say to people, well, that just wasn't in the cards, was it? Well, that's what it means. They're not referring to a pinochle deck, that's for sure. So we got them shuffled up here. I'll cut them a bit, and let's see what we have. Huh. Okay. Fascinating. The first card is the card of justice. And that's what you're talking about, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
I love these cards, the way they work. This is the Wheel of Fortune. That says that the situation as we're seeing it now is going to change. Now, people, you see, we just got done talking about how vile change is, right? But this is the nature of the change, which is one of the happiest cards in the deck. That's the Sun. That's very,
Okay.
very, very happy card. Oh gosh, look at that. See, this is another one. This indicates great happiness. I, I'm just going here on the assumption that all this means is that it's going to work out well.
Oh, that's so good to know.
Now,
That's
here's an
awesome.
interesting card, though. This is the Ace of Rods. That's the beginning of something new in terms of career. Not bad, huh?
Oh, actually, I just actually got talking about change. I started a new job at the beginning of the year.
Mm-hmm. Well, one of the things that's important here is because as much as you and I can joke about change, we know that there's certainly very little point in fighting it. But this is a card about a person, and this is you, a person who is walking away from things in her life that aren't really working out for her and heading towards things that will work out. So your concern is improvement. I mean, I've known my share of convicted felons, believe me, and they've been some of the most interesting people I ever knew. But a lot of them, and I'm not talking about the kind of disturbed person who's a persistent felon. You know what I mean? The circumstances just, let's just say they took a chance and they lost. But I knew we used to have large parties here at this apartment. I mentioned it was a little large apartment here, a little large. That's an oxymoronical statement, but we had all kinds of people who would come to these parties, and the only person we knew who ever came in and took us aside and said, "Where can I check this? Where can I put this so it's safe?" He checked his gun when he came in. He had this. He had the sense, and of course he used to sell on the streets of New York. Nothing illicit. I mean, he had a vendor's license. He was, but if you're going to be selling on the streets of New York, chances are you might want to read through the Second Amendment. But he, there's a stigma there that doesn't necessarily always apply. I mean, I've known bank robbers. I've known killers. I've known a person who tried to start his life over by pretending he was dead. Boy, did that ruin his family life. So, the trick is the society is going to judge you enough. It's to leave the judge out of it as far as you're concerned. And it seems to me that you're doing that quite well, because you're walking away from things that are hurting you and you're going to things that are better. You're going to turn this into a business opportunity at some point, and it's nothing but great happiness is going to result from this. And it all started with the justice card, because sometimes getting justice is a good thing for us, and there's something here which you don't need to go into in front of all these people, but something you were treated wrongly is what I see in the cards, and you're going to restore that. You're going to make up for that.
Thank you. I just try to be a better person. I want to be a better person. So.
Well,
I like to
that should go
love
for everybody.
And light and happiness. Oh, it should. Yeah, I think we need a lot more of that in this world right now. But
I have also spent a lot of time around politicians, and I'll bet you can guess who I found the more repulsive group of people: convicted felons or politicians.
I can imagine.
Yeah, you don't need me to guide you in that direction. That's just the way. I don't know why that is, but they're not a group of people you can trust. And I'm not saying except for this party or that one. Overall, these are people who I'll give you an example. David Mamet, the playwright and screenwriter and director, he was once asked how he deals with the studio executives when he makes a movie, because they're legendarily troublesome and irksome. And he said something which you can apply to politics, you can apply to everything else. He said, I get along fine with them once I realized a very important thing. They and I are not in the same business. And Mamet said, I'm in the business of making movies. They are in the business of getting ahead in the movie business. Now, to me, that sums up politicians. They're in the business of getting ahead in politics. Most of them, they're very few. I've met some who genuinely care, but they're few and far between. So there you go. So that looks like it's going to work out. Look, I just cut the deck again, and I got that card again for you, which is about walking away. I hope there's enough light to show that. I don't have a ring light on in the camera right now because it blasts my face out. The card of going away. It's a very simple act, but few people can do that, which is to walk away from the things, metaphorically, that are bad for you and go to the things that are good for you. And I used to drink an awful lot of alcohol. I was pretty much known for that. And I stopped one day, and professionals say, well, what was the turning point? I just didn't want to do it anymore. That's all. That's it. Sometimes we just don't want to do these things.
Yeah, that's kind of what I did too.
Yeah, there you go.
Just like I stopped doing drugs, just like I can't do this anymore. I was ruining my life, and I turned it around. I've changed it. Now I just want to be a mentor to these girls in the jail and like let them know that it is possible to change their lives and they can do it.
Excellent. That's just wonderful. And there's so much depth to Bible study. A lot of people just don't know. There's because what we're talking about are stories about people who lived thousands of years ago who are just like you and me. First time I was a kid and I read a book called Ecclesiastes, and it dawned on me. Said, this guy is depressed. The people do not really change. Our machines change, our fashions change. As animals, I don't think we change. So I think you're headed for something very good. Let's see if you see the other cards here are very powerful. The Emperor and the High Priestess, jeepers. The Ace of Coins, which means money. You had the Ace of Rods, meaning it's a new business venture. And the Ace of Coins tells me there's money headed your way. So I think you are definitely on the right track. But you knew that, didn't you?
Thank you so much. I was hoping so, yeah. Like I said, I'm trying to put good out there in the universe, So, because if you put good out, it'll come back to you as well.
Yes, so does the bad.
But I'm not doing it for that reason, but...
No, of course not.
Yeah,
I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean.
I was just, in such a dark place now. Like I said, I just want to be the light for other people. And
well, you have recognized that you have the power to make things better for other people, and that automatically makes things better for you. Even if it's not your mission in life, for you, I'm going to tell this story another time because it's a little involved. It's something a cab driver said to me once about how I had changed her life without even knowing it. And I'll get into that another time. I've told it before. But you see, you don't know what the ripples are that we send out in the universe. So keep them good and keep them upbeat as much as you can. It doesn't mean to be a doormat for anybody, that's for sure. But I think you're headed in a really good direction. And I see nothing but, now here's another card. This is an ugly card. It shows a person lying face down in the mud with 10 swords in her back. But what it means is the worst is over, because the implication is you're going to get up. So that's a good card. Right. It looks awful, but it means life has thrown its worst at you and you're still here. So my hat's off to you. I'll light a candle to send positive energy your way. after the show. How's that?
Thank you. I really appreciate it. I really
It's been great
appreciate
talking
that.
to you,
And like
Kelly.
I said, I am just very honored. I know you got to get on to the
Oh.
next caller. I'm just very honored to be your first.
What did you just say? What did you just say? Did you just say yada yada?
No, I don't. I said I'm just honored to be.
No, okay. Because I got a
your
funny
first
story.
readback.
I got a funny story about all the people in America who now say yada yada, and I know where that came from, and I'll get to that next week. How's that?
Okay.
Thanks so much. I get such good feelings and vibrations from you. So please stay in touch. You can always drop me a line at my email or my contact form at my website, which is magic-works.com, magic-works.com. And stay in touch. And, I'll be happy to, if you want to get things moving with Bible study, I'll be happy to put a link to that in my site, so that you can get some people to contact you. But I'm going to try to take another call in. Thank you so much. I really appreciate everything you've said. Bye now.
I ditto. Bye.
Bye. And let's shuffle them up again. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, which is a rare experience. I haven't done this in months. And I'm delighted to be back. I can't explain the vibrations, as they would call it, right? The good vibes, the Beach Boys, right? When I realize that I get this energy back from you. It's really a two-way street. So it's good for what ails me, as they would say in the old days. And so I'm picking up so much positive energy. It's unbelievable. So let's see if we can speak briefly now to Paula in South Dakota. Hi, Paula. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Okay, good to be met. What can I do for you? What can I look at?
I was just trying to see if you see things going for the two kids and I, if everything's going to be positive. And
I kind of missed some of that. I have a little bit of a
I was just trying to see if you see things going good for me and the kids.
Oh, okay.
I just adopted. Well,
these are like nothing but happy cards here, frankly. Now, the first card usually alarms the hell out of people, but it shouldn't. It's the death card. All that means is one phase of your life is ending and another one is beginning. Because there's a sunrise in that card. The tarot cards don't say you or this one is going to die.
Right.
Because, sooner or later it happens to all of us, apparently. But it just means that you're entering a new phase in your life. The Hierophant is here, which is a card of religious authority in many ways, and morality. And I don't know how that refers to you, but you would know. So you don't have to share it if you don't want to. These are all these cards. Like I got 4 cards. They're all major cards, by the way. The next one is Judgment, which means that you're getting what you've deserved. There's almost a rebirth coming in your life, and it's going to be what you've wanted all along. And the Sun is here. The Sun is the card of healing, health, growth, happiness, you name it. So you're doing well. Have there been dramatic changes in your life lately?
Yes. Almost 10 years ago, I adopted my grandson, and 3 years ago, I had just finalized the adoption for my granddaughter. It's turned 3, and she's got so many medical issues. We've been put through the ringer, not knowing if she's going to make it, and everything seems to be positive now.
Good, because the reason I ask is there's a card here called the Tower Struck by Lightning, and that's about sudden upheavals and changes in life. I just got done talking about how I despise change in life, but But how you handle it is what counts. And according to this, you're handling it just fine. Same with the previous caller. Just be sure to not neglect yourself and your own need. You tend to care for people, I imagine, from what you've told me, which, these days it's kind of a quaint, old-fashioned thing, but it's important. And one of the things that a lot of people who care about other people overlook is tending to themselves. Now, you won't be able to help other people if you can't take time out for yourself.
Right.
I've seen the sweetest, nicest people explode because they just want to be left alone. Well, you're doing something wrong then. I don't mean that you're, committing anything, you're violating nature's laws. You're handling it improperly because this is part of life. That's all. And we need people like you. I see from the cards that there's been a lot of heartbreak in your life.
Yes.
And,
I've been a caregiver but as a child, and I
that
would
hurts.
take it back, do it over and over.
Yeah, but it can hurt. Because there's sacrifice involved, and sacrifice is another virtue that people don't even remember what the meaning of the word virtue is. They'll talk about, I virtually did this and I virtually did that. Virtue means strength. When they say it's one of your virtues, it's your strength. This is a card called the Chariot. It shows a person who is going in two different directions. He's managing horses that want to go in two different directions. And it takes strength to get that thing working on track. And that's that you're keeping things together. And you're good at that, apparently. So the final card I want to give you is the Ace of Cups, which means that you're very emotionally aware. Doesn't mean you're an overly emotional person, but you're very aware of feeling and emotion, and it's important. You don't need to have somebody explain to you why you shouldn't feel that way. You feel that way, correct?
Right.
So that to me is a good sign. And here I had this card for the other person. It's the Ten of Cups, which is a card of great happiness and joy. So you're on the right path for doing what you do, and you're doing it well.
Mm-hmm.
So I will also light a white candle to send energy your way after the show.
Okay.
How's that? Okay? Because you're doing a great job here. I've got to run. I'm up against it now. So I will. I hope to hear from you again. Bye-bye now.
All right. Gave me comfort, and thank you so much.
My pleasure. And that's it. We're just like a minute and a half away from the end of this edition of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. If you want to know more about what I do, check out magic-works.com, magic-works.com, or you can see it's more like a catalog, really. It's mojoacademy.org. There's an awful lot of meat on the bone there at magic-works.com, Magic Works. There's loads of stuff to see and absorb and learn. Many talks, many documentaries, and no paywall. God's sakes, no. I'm not charging people to listen to my babblings on the internet. It's enough that you listen, right? But I will be back next week, and I look forward to it. This has been, if nothing else, it's been a joy, but a therapeutic joy. So please accept my thanks to all of you, because I feel the energy coming over this thing, over these machines. So until next week, just, remember, as I've said many times, time flies. It's up to us to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.
Thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hello, and welcome to Beyond the Loss, Conversations in Grief Education and Healing. I am Sherry Dworkin-Smith. That's SHARIDWORKINSMITH. And I am a certified grief educator, a psychic medium, and a hypnotherapist. As a grief educator and a coach, I help people dealing with all kinds of grief to better navigate their loss and their journey. There are a lot of different kinds of grief and truly far too few resources available to people. And through my work, I am able to help people better understand their feelings and how grief might be showing up in their lives. The path is different for everyone, and through grief education and coaching, I help people to find meaning and value within the loss so